Hello, Bellico. What's up, Ducklin? Someone clear how to get the good ending of Abyss 2. We keep trying without a guide. Yeah, it's not actually that hard. Worked that one out ourselves. It was... Yeah, the trigger is like obscure, but like everything is obscure, right? It's not that bad. It's nowhere near as bad as Abyss 1 to get the good ending for, like, blind. Did you save everyone in Abyss 1? Yeah, well, I mean, if you did that just fine, then you should be fine for Abyss 2, because that is much more annoying to do blind. Hello, ducks. Here we are. We are in Befallen. We're in Befallen. I'm learning where I can pull in here. We died numerous times to pulling shit through floors and walls. But we're getting there. I didn't say the skirmishes yet, I see. We have our third class now. I've done basically nothing with it. We're really just leveling these guys for ports. Rawhide belt. We got cord +2. I guess this is better. Looks old as fuck. Yeah, I mean, it's fucking EverQuest, mate. EverQuest with the original models. So, 27 years old. I think we now want to head down into this bit, into the scary bit. The extra scary bit. Lots of scary mobs down there. Holy lag, yeah, just when I tapped out, don't worry. I guess we go back up to the Thaumaturgist. Druid is giving us this nice hot heal right now, which is actually pretty good. It's like a ticking hot that then blooms at the end of it. It's like a WoW Druid thing, like a regrowth. Like, I guess it's the reverse. More like a life bloom. I don't know whether this is something that they have in live or whether this is something that's made up for this. Either way, quite useful. I think there's one more Shadow Knight in here. It's been a very long time since I've been in Befallen, like literally fucking 20 plus years. I think there's one more Shadow Knight near the bottom. I think we have most of the keys now. But that's a Shadow Knight mob, isn't it? Well. I have become Harmtosh. The only other really thrill thing we're using is a bit of Druid nuking. You think Monsters and Memories looks better? Yeah, I mean Monsters and Memories is made in Monsters and Memories is made in 2026. These are literally the original models made in 1999. This is a dungeon that was made in 1999, or I guess in development up to 1999. One of the first. I mean, this is like the first dungeon in the whole game. Fallen. And they're purposely using the original models here. They did update the models a few times, but they are purposely using the original ones. Using the Druid nuke. Just burn down the names, saves a lot of damage. I'm kind of relearning this as I go along, or even learning this as I go along. As there are a few changes in here, and the aggro is definitely not the same. The mob pathing and stuff. Okay. So now I think we need to go over here down the stairs. I'll take the rooms carefully because very easy to get absolutely swarmed here. I do, of course, have Granblue Fantasy on the side here. I'm trying to do my Dark M3 grid at the same time. Do you think people back then thought this was peak graphics? Mate, Nick, do you not understand that I played this back then? And yes, it was peak graphics. Do you think people back then... Yes, back then I did think it was peak graphics. Because it was. It's incredible. Having this 3D environment you could explore. Other people could share. It's insane. I think we get an upgrade to the lightning at 16. Which will do a lot more damage. We're taking a lot of AoE packs down here. Oh, that was a grey. Really didn't need to hit that. Making MMOs only became more expensive. Yeah, indeed. And what's really sad is, like, although new MMOs look, you know, really flashy and all that shit, they have absolutely no depth to them whatsoever. Like, they don't make games like this anymore. Except for Monster Memories, but, you know, that's kind of cheating. You know, like, Monster Memories-like games. Everything's all just about grinding, isn't it? Like, a different sort of grinding. The old grind that the wallet can help. How are you, Uraki? So we're heading over to this room here. Remember, of course, that at the time when this came out, there were no maps in the game. You might have a map on an external site if you're lucky. You'd be referencing, you'd be tabbing out and referencing. If you're lucky. I think there is a named in here, right? Yeah, Footman Azar. Footman of Azar. That's a red Skelly Bones down there with him. I think it should be fine. I've pulled these before. Maybe I'll pull them up just to be safe. I've stood down there before and haven't aggroed. I don't think I've aggroed through the door. Obviously, we are a lot more powerful than we normally would be under normal circumstances, because, you know, the nature of the server. But it's still kind of scary. What do we burn? The ghoul, probably? Oh, he doesn't come with. Even better. Okay, so we probably just cleave the ghoul. We can burn this skeleton with lightning, I think. It's level 21, which is very high. We are 14 right now. So that is a pretty deep red. I'll bloom back up. Men's off. That bronze. That's about last year. Ought to sell that. You take on the big man down here. This guy's a wimp compared to that skeleton. Now, I'll just mark this on the map for my own ease of use. Add label. Footman of the Zare. Tits. I actually know how to remove a label once I've added one. Let's change this color. I've purchased some alternate advancements. Just stun resistance. The melee stuns are brutally annoying. I forgot, it's been so long since I played anything that isn't an ogre. These are not +1. But we can merge them. The second pair of those. We're only on 1 difficulty. So now, the skeletons and stuff down here, a lot of them are like level 20 plus. Oh, is that a name? Is that name Mummy? I found out how to turn this on. Seem like a name Mummy. Gynok Mother. Level 21. On difficulty 1, just a handful of mobs are dual class. Like this one is a warrior berserker. Started getting used to all my key bindings. I'm not really sure if we should be down here yet. Maybe we should farm... Like, these are going to be just very tough mobs. They're not going to really be good XP, are they? I feel like if we farm these 3 names, that might be the best. Or these 4 names. Started getting used to the new UI as well. Grab a few of these. I've noticed like grey mobs, unless you sit near them, they just don't aggro, which is wonderful. AA. That is our actual level. I don't know if we bought any spells, which are... Oh, we got our first port. I guess we get the port. Fuck. Some spells we seem to get automatically learn based on our level. I mean, I guess we can use that. A whiz spell. A solid little nuke. I don't think we scribed anything before that was 15, did we? I bought some of the spells because I really didn't want to miss them. I didn't know which ones auto-scribe and which ones don't. Careless Lightning 16. Probably pull these 3 to be honest. It's a name. The Flame Shock's pretty juicy. Getting ourselves. Just 1 second. Fix this on OBS second. Should balance the audio a little bit better. Gameplay's too intense to this music, yeah, true. Probably pull this through. I think it's safe to pull this through. There's just one sketchy thing here. Like, if we get too close to the pit, I think we can pull upwards. Pull up, like, all the red mobs from the basement, which is really bad. We did that once before. I don't know exactly how I did it, but it was bad. It's really bad. Really, really bad. Like, insta-death bad. Mendo. Between the little damage shield and a round kick and lightning, AoEs these down quite pretty well. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can pull this other room. I guess we just like open the door and pull out. Yeah, you can see our mummy friend down there. We saw it earlier. That hole in the floor there leads down. Ah, yeah, cool. That's not aggroed. He's just pathing around. These rings are great. Still using a cloth wristband, aren't we? Yeah. Where are the boys at? What do you mean? Who in particular? Other players like Luck. I won't really be grouping. He'll probably be on a different server and everything. This is much more of like a solo experience. They probably won't be grouping at all. It's like the polar opposite to Monster Memories. This is meant to be like a a power fantasy kind of like solo server. You can group, but you don't really need to. It's all about getting really strong and taking on the raids by yourself, like progressing forward to take on the raids by yourself. Gorgeous. Nah. That's not grey enough. Maybe I ran too close to it. I don't know how many stuns we're resisting here. I see it coming up every now and again. I think we're at like 70% resistance. The mask is not helpful to us. This sells quite well as well. I'm sure platinum will become a non-issue before too long, but right now we need it for spells. I guess we could run up to the top floor and kill the two names. We can run up through really easily while we're getting a little bit higher level to take on the basement. Although, I mean, it's pretty much just the boots up there, isn't it? Really want to get down into the basement as soon as we can. It's scary down there. Take that group together, maybe. Only one caster, isn't it? A little bit sketchy. A little teensy bit sketchy. A bloom. Actually, like, hard heal herself. We have a bloom in 6 seconds. Bloom. You get a nuke out onto that skeleton. That'll help a lot because it will die faster. It'll reduce our incoming. Bloom in 6 seconds. Bloom. Reapply it. Again, if we nuke this down a bit, it's gonna help reduce the incoming. Commend. Little bit sketchy. Probably a little ambitious. Interestingly, these level 20 warriors are actually yellow to us now. They must have changed the con system. You see yellow being like 2 levels above. Merge those with the ones we've already got. Well, since the basement is yellow now, I guess we should try to be brave. Switching to recovery. Getting our mana back a little bit. That is the hilt for the Thex Mallet quest. We've already got one of these. I don't think we need another one. I'm gonna pull this forward to me. I don't really want to cast on these if possible, so that we can just stay in recovery stance. So we don't have to stop. Mend. Weak little mend. A pathetic little mend. Didn't get the mummy, did it? Oh no. Oh no, no, no. We probably don't live that. But we'll try it. Sure. That was my mistake. I had to try the pull at least. So now we know. Not sure how we're going to break that exactly. Maybe we just have to farm upstairs a bit longer. So there are no real like penalties on here. Just have to rebuff a second. And we'll be good to go again. Oh, we should be in recovery. Right, let's do it. We will kill this and find Dark Elven Lady. Oh, I need to change my spell loadout, don't I? Should also turn my auto attack on, that would help. Hello, darling! How are you, Toshri? No boots from that guy. The boots seem pretty rare. This is awkward. I need to sit to rememorize this. Sure, that's gonna aggro everything. Oh, we got away with it. Come here, sucker. Oh, we're not in invocation. That flame shot does so much damage. Oh, nice. We got another mace. Nothing here should aggro. I think we can drop straight down. Should be able to pull these guys through to the next room, I think. We're about to bloom. Mend. Our lightning doesn't really do that much damage anymore, sadly. But we are almost at the next one. Need to top up 100k gems for tomorrow. That is an awful lot of gems. Toshri, are you sure you need that many? Be a little careful here because I have been blown up by the Thaumaturgus before. Thaumaturgus room. I haven't respected the amount of damage that the casters can kick out. Oh, Mend is about to come off. Oh, big old Mend. We seem to mitigate most of the stuns now. The last level that we can get as a monk right now is six more AAs, which I probably will get. But there's one more rank I think that tanks get. We won't be able to pick that up until after we got these leeches, these leech classes out of here. We just nuke her. A couple of flame shocks is like almost their entire HP bar. We are hitting a pet. That's not the ideal. Pets die when their owners die in this game. Bronze dagger? Yeah. Not even sure that we really need a full set of backpacks. It's probably just putting unnecessary weight on me. I guess we'll get down and kill the Shadow Knight as well. Will we run these through? Miss that map, yeah. It's a bloom. Fresh our bloom. Mend as well. Just toss some little heals in. Mitigate like 8 mobs that are saving us. Be focusing the necro really. Getting so much pushback from the million things. Bronze Mangosh, +2. I didn't even know +2 could drop on 1 difficulty. This is very rare. Do the same thing here again, where we pull them out. I guess we wait for him to path out the mummy downstairs, since we can see him through the wall. Rusty halberd. Probably don't need that. Hey, Jakari! What's going on? Not boxing. Not boxing. Oh, not boxing on EQ. No, this is True Box. EQ Legends is True Box, so like, there's no one really boxing. Besides, the game is designed to like make it so you don't need to box. The whole design of the server. I played too many games with boxing meaning something. I got confused. There's a boxing event in Granblue Fantasy right now. Do we want to... I guess we stay here and farm for another level. To make downstairs a little bit more manageable. It's an Earth event, really? Yeah, as we talked about before, most of them are usually water, the beach events. No light quartz. I'm still just farming M3 dark on the side here. Enough Damascus, nice, yeah. Damascus crystals are very rare. Ugh. That's why we need stun resistance. It's horrendous. The ogre privilege is unreal. Oh shit. I don't think we're gonna make it to the sprout if I don't heal. Almost takes us to a next level. I guess we go down to clear the Shadow Knights again. And then we'll try again downstairs. God help us. I think we can pull this through, can't we? Lumen 2. Look how many stuns we're shrugging off with this thing. Non-ogre life is grim, man. Hi, I would love to be here. My favorite streamer's chat. I feel sick, so I might go to sleep. No worries, man. Take care of yourself. Hope you feel better soon. Oh wow, we actually burnt through all of our stamina. It's a new one. Just drop into recovery stance. Right, I guess we can try downstairs again. Oh, we have green cons now. We already have the character silhouette. Cool. But we already know what all the characters are. Now that's not a real earring, right? Oh, it's actually got a stat on it. I guess we loot that then. Got 1 AC on it. Hot damn. Huge gains. Thought it was just jewellery. Really don't want to be hitting that. Purposely staying out of it's called invocation. Inversion. Just to save my stamina a little bit here. Endurance. I think we should chill on these. Imbalanced. Get our stamina back a bit since we're going downstairs. Mummy Dearest. That killing it. Certain number of mummies. Death comes in many forms. Sometimes it's wrapped like an unwanted Frostfell gift. Oh, it's Mummy Slayer. You have rawhide wristbands equipped? Yeah. We know he's Dark Chaos. We've known we've known for like weeks, dude. We've known exactly who the characters are for weeks because it got leaked. Immediately in love. The UI looks better than M&M. The UI is more modern than M&M. I don't think the UI looks better than M&M's, but I do think it's more modernized. So if you are into more modernized stuff, then I can see why you would like that. How are you, dude? I am doing okay, thank you. We're just grinding away. We're about to go back into the Befallen basement, which is I'm not very comfortable with like, there's a lot of information on this UI that they purposely really don't want you to see in Monsters and Memories, right? Like, that's the whole point of it. There's actually a huge amount of feedback you get from this, like, all of the different mob stuff. And it works for the type of game that they've tried to push here, but yeah, I don't think it works for Monster Memories. I guess we can do this, but we are full. The caster here. Clean myself. End myself. Make some lightning. Guess we could burn the footman. Be fine. We need whistles. Bloom in 2 seconds. Start nuking him again. You nuke him down, that massively reduces the incoming damage. I can just heal up if we need to. I heard you can't see raid bosses. Right, so this game has instancing for bosses. You could talk to these little void things to go and fight to go and find instances, and you'll get an instant spawn for you with like barely any trash, and you can go and just fight the bosses. But in the standard instances, if you don't spin up your own instance, you will not be able to find the raid bosses. I hope that makes sense. We want to merge that up. Our mend is almost off. Our bloom is quite a long way away. That's our mend. Of course, we're in balance stance still, aren't we? I completely forgot. No wonder it was taking so long to kill stuff. Rebloom. Ooh, that was a horrible chain. I think they got multiple procs. It was really unforeseeable damage. The Icebone skeletons have a little frost nuke that they proc on their hits. Bit unfortunate. It doesn't matter. There's no real penalty for dying in this game. Recovery. The graphics look better than Monsters and Memories? You are fucking blind, dude. That is absolutely ludicrous. These are literally 1999 graphics. you have some real unk energy there. Someone was literally saying earlier, oh my god, this looks so much worse than Monsters of Memories. Because they thought Monsters of Memories looked bad and they saw this and they were like, holy shit. It's because this is literally 1999 graphics. Like, they are purposely using the base models. They're not even using the updated models. Like, this is true, like, pre-millennium stuff. What do you mean it looks good? What do you mean what looks good? Sorry. We need offensive. Oh no, that's over channel. Yeah, this game was really peak in 1999. Like, the graphics were actually incredible. The world was absolutely insane. This is the first dungeon, the very first dungeon from, or at least on this continent, from 1999. I mean, it looks exactly the same as it did back then. Yeah, man. It's an incredible looking game for the era that it came from. Like, you got to keep in mind that at the time, the other MMO, the other like big MMO on the market was Ultima Online. That game looks like shit. Like, that game is just isometric. It's like the precursor to RuneScape, right? I took our Morningstar to +3. I don't know if that increases its yeah, that does make it. I think it gave it an extra damage. It gains through there. A lot of these are grey now. You're not secretly an unk. I don't know about that, mate. Saying wild things like that. Unk behaviour. Monsters and Memories honestly looks beautiful. It's such a stunning game. Like, they've done such a good job with it because they've perfectly emulated the way that this kind of looks, but they've really, really worked on the models and all of these surroundings so that even though it looks dated, like, when you actually stop and look at it, it's kind of beautiful. These guys have done so much work on that. Checkered flooring, yeah. I don't know what the reason for that is. I guess it's because, like, they need to... It's a very low-weight texture, but it still looks a lot better than just a blanket floor. Blanket-coloured floor. We kill our Shadow Knights and our dude again. Okay, we really need to get down into the bottom floor soon, though. Keeper's Bite. So the place where we started is not an EQ zone. That's not that is a custom zone that they have made for this. It's because Ixars come from Kunark continent, and we don't have the Kunark landmass right now. We don't have access to Kunark. So they have that custom zone for them. The Kerans, I believe, have a zone on the other continent as well. Kerans, there was a race called Vashir that were added in the Luclin expansion, which was the 3rd expansion of EverQuest. And we obviously don't have that either. Kerans. K-E-R-R-A-N. Place. The mask sash, we do not need that. Okay, go do the Shadow Knights quickly. Let's do the other one first. Because the other pull is a bit rough with this one's health. This harm touch and whatnot. The very old MMOs, we basically stood on squares even. You can only stand on specific squares like a pseudo chessboard. That sounds crazy. Oh, Jesus! Oh, no. Are there others? How have we pulled this guy up by himself from below? So fucking sketchy. I don't know, but I think we're safe. I think we're alright. Man. This is kind of helpful, if anything, but I don't know how we have single pulled this guy. nuke him down with our wizard nuke. What's this? Platinum ring. 1 agility and -1 charisma. Super. That's super. I don't know if we would use that over this. Probably not. 1 agility is like nothing. I guess we can merge that one together. Right, we did that side. Blew myself, and then we can run through here as well. Harm touch. Getting a sponsored DrewCom stream for the collab? No Western collabs for this. Like I said a couple of times now, this is a collab for Japan. They don't expect this collab to do anything elsewhere in any region, not even just America, not even just North America, in like Korea and Taiwan, the other regions. I don't think they expect to do anything at all. And it's huge for Japan though. It's absolutely huge. Final Fantasy XI was just not a big game in the West. At no point was it really. Has like very little brand recognition as well. Swap back to recovery. Balance, I guess. And then we'll try downstairs again. Wait, is this the right room? Oh yeah, this is the right room. Got a bit turned around there. You know what my sense of direction is like. Pull of the collab for units have a good auto farmer. Sure. No, that's over channel. Still getting used to my keybinds. Inversion, there we go. The only reason I'd pull is if they have a half decent inherit. It'd have to be probably more than half decent. Swap back to offense now. Stamina came back really fast. Pike's voice, yeah, don't blame me. I thought her English voice was bad, then I heard her Japanese voice. And pull these through to the top. We are snared, but we don't worry about these things. Good luck, penguins. Have a good day. It's bronze. ones, right? Hopefully we should be over any kind of money concerns when we get out of here for the first time. Mend quickly. Guess we'll wait for the bloom to pop. Ah, it'll be fine. Maybe. That's the bloom. Spikes back up. And burn the footman. Trying to get pushed off the back. Ah, it's so annoying. Wait, what is that? Oh, it's two-hander. Silver-plated warsaw. I don't think we need that. I think we can sell that. Not even worth anything. It's probably nature up, isn't it? Oh! Oh my god, we took so much damage. It's out of nowhere. Because I was reading the item. That's my fault. That greed. Okay. Have the Elfie skeleton through here. The mummy shouldn't be up now, right? We killed him upstairs unless he's already respawned, which is possible. I have no idea how the mummy came alone upstairs. We pulled the bottom floor before and it did not go like that. It went how you would expect it to go. A big old train. Let's get into recovery. Ooh, we might not be able to. Two. I think it'll be alright. Right, so that pull at the end of the hall is really nasty. We probably have to wait. Get our shit back. The little bind wound. Be a real treat. Oh, we can't. We don't need to. bloom ourselves. We'll pull this with a nuke, and then we'll swap to inversion. It's 4. Just trying to nuke one down as quickly as possible. Okay, so 1 dead. We bloom ourselves. And ourselves. And probably do the same with this one. Rebloom. I think we can even actually switch back to recovery. Okay, I'll mana back for whatever else comes next after this. I think this is probably the wrong choice of the mob to hit down. Ice Bones kick out more damage. Ow. You're about to bloom. Yeah, I don't think the hardened was a good choice here. Damn, that ice proc is savage. Definitely wanted to get the Ice Bone skeleton first. Ooh! So grim. Yeah, we needed to kill the Ice Bone first. Damn, that sucks. It's so close. Always Ice Bone. We will break into there eventually. Yeah, it's modern regen. I think it's much higher than modern regen. Back to offense. Probably stay and recover. Hit up our boy, Lorod. I'm Lorod. Oh, we got some boots. You'll love to see it. Up our girl, Asaka. Eat a harm touch, you know. Nice. Go hit up the Shadow Knights, I guess. I don't think we have Fane yet, do we? I think we still don't have Fane. Maybe we do now. Can't remember what level we get Fane. Doesn't look like it. Oh. That's why we were struggling to hit that guy. He was behind us. Probably pull these through. Maybe this is a little bit cheesy. I think it'll be alright. Most of the mobs in here are grey now. It's got an M3 dagger. Everyone's favourite. Dark M3s, don't know, I got like five fists or something. Get in there. Time compression? I have no idea what you're talking about, Want to bet? You've lost me, sir. Ring? Oh, that's only +1. That's fine. We're gonna merge that in eventually anyway. Ah, Final Fantasy VIII thing, really? Oh, we should go do the Shadow Knights as well. You mind? Do you mind? Yeah, we didn't get the mummy this time. Maybe kind of disappointingly, that kind of made the pull downstairs a lot easier. We'll be a level higher by the time we get down there though, so I mean, we'll be fine. The whole of the end of, like, everything after the point where you're trying to do the assassination in the town, wherever the hell that is. Everything after that is just a fever dream in Final Fantasy VIII. Like, I don't know what happened to the riders. I imagine, like, all of the riders died in some kind of horrific accident and they had to replace them with monkeys or something. fan theory. What's the fan theory? Oh, it's all a hallucination. You die there, and it's all a hallucination. Like in your mind. I mean, it feels like it. That's how poorly it's written. It feels like it. Yeah, this is Fever Dream. We have shoulders right now. Yeah, we can measure that. Okay, back over there then. Some of these acolytes spawn at a very high level. So we'll pull this through to the top bit. That's over channel. Keep doing that. Ah, we have learnt how to feign death. I love to see that. I love to see that. Right, let's sort that out a second. That is a very useful thing to be able to do. Character, skills. Feign death. Make hotkey. Obviously, we're going to have no skill here, so... Ah. I don't have the thing checked, do I? Main death toggle. Right, let's do it. Oh, wait. What do we get here? What's that? Lightning bolt. Rather just use flame shock, I think, than lightning bolt. But we can get project lightning. No, careless lightning, right? Careless lightning. Good for AoEing. Oh wait. Oh, never mind. That's a single target. That's fucking useless. I take it back. Oh, whoops. Didn't know Celeste dropped sand. Oh my god, really? It's so rare. It's like 1 in 10,000 plus. It's absolutely insane. Congrats. On the M3s, it's like a minuscule chance. We should kill the ice paint, shouldn't we? These things are fucking ridiculous. They are disgusting. We should just blast them down. I don't have time for these ice paint skeletons. They don't show me any respect. I'm not sure I should show them any respect. Recovery. We have a bloom about to come off. Yeah, it's like 0.00%. It's absolutely minuscule. Have to contend with the mummy this time. That pull. I guess we can feign split them. Feign splitting. Yeah, I guess we can feign split them. Although our feign death is very weak at the moment. We might be able to single the mummy here. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Gynoc Moltor. I always keep going to overchannel rather than inversion. Don't know why my brain says that is the hotkey for it. Hello, Warby. No drips here, mate. Guess we merge there. I always used to laugh about the platinum ring is not worth a platinum to sell. You go to a merchant, hand over your platinum ring, and they're like, "I'll give you a gold for it." Tough life. This is a pull. I can try and split them. Can I tell you about EverQuest? Can you tell me what you'd like to know about EverQuest? Okay. Oh, Feign Death did not work. Surprisingly. EverQuest was a MMORPG that came out in 1999. It was the first real, like, 3D MMO. And this looks very similar to how it did way back when. The UI is different, but... Oh god, wait. We need to kill the ice bones, don't we? Oh my god, there's 3 ice bones! Oh, we're fucked. We need to nuke one of these down immediately. I just realized there were 3 of them. Holy moly. It was all about grouping and team play and everything being way too hard to take on by yourself. It was a very social game back then. This version is obviously not particularly social. But Monster Memories will be. Whew. Let's get into recovery. I think we can walk down here now. I think this is safe. This is the room below the Shadow Knight room. Yep, it looks like it's clean. These are red cons in here. Strike Time helped out a lot for farming boxing entrance tickets. Yeah, I bet. I guess we should wait to get our mana back first. We start messing around with this. By the looks of things, this is a lot of very red mobs. We could just stay here and farm these for a bit. These are our level now. In fact, we should go back in and get the name spawns, right? This is a bit more comfortable for us. Probably go back up, farm the name spawns, come back down. The mummy will come back up in a second. Oh, it's a Will-O-Wisp. Back in the day, will-o-wisps and ghouls, in fact, you had to have magical weapons to be able to hit them. I guess we do have a magical weapon here. Back in the day. Love getting ghoul rooted. Not all of these should have respawned by now. Okay, so we got... Oh, fucking hell. Alright. No ice bone. The Scorched Zombie, I think, has a fire proc. We should probably hit that first. We need to get the inversion. Stun is horrible. Shadow. You just die back in the day. Die to what exactly? I mean, you did die a lot, but to what specifically? Like ghouls and stuff. Depends on your class. I wonder what this guy's other drop is. There was one more mob in here. Oh, yep, that. There it is. Get a recovery. Yeah, breadstick. We already knew all the KLab units, right? So. Oh, these respawn pretty quickly. Need to rebuff quickly. Ice point. We've learned. We've learned. Mess with ice point skeletons. Recovery. A more chilled pull. Well, not that chilled apparently. Inversion. Kill that ice point. I don't think the Scorch zombies do fire procs. Not seeing any coming out. Get the next point in Steadfast Will. That's the last point that we can take as a monk, so we have 90% stun immunity. The last point I think is 12 points, and it's only available to text, if I remember correctly. Wizard Nuke doing a lot of damage. You weren't exactly who we were looking for, Mr. Hardened Skeleton. Ooh. Shit. Yeah, the respawn on this really fast. Hardened Boner. Did they miss that opportunity? I'm not sure. Was that an opportunity? Not a handle on it. Bronze? 638. So still a long way behind the cracks there. Out. Ooh. I think that's okay. The Gato inversion though. It'll be Necro first. Mend wasn't particularly big. Much like myself. Is the Dance Revolution? I don't know. Good question, I guess. Is this Dance Revolution? No. That's a not so good question. My balloon's about to go off. Oh, this guy's have the droppers. How are the adventures of JJ Whiskey Foxtrot going? Pretty good, yeah. We're level 17. We're slowly working our way to the deepest depths of Befallen. But it's pretty sketchy down here. Should do Footman guy. Ugh. Ice Bono. We hates the Ice Bono. Get out of here, Ice Bono. Probably pop a heal on myself and go back to recovery. We're really low on mana. Info on the net says that you can't change main class until level 50. Is that correct? From what I understand, you can fuck around with your main class as much as you want up until level 11, at which point you have to lock it in. From then on, you can't change your main class until you hit level 50, and when you do change your main class, if you do want to change your main class at level 50, you have to do a quest to unlock the class as a main class. So yeah, just be aware of that. You have plenty of time to play around with your class, like pre-11. After you are 11, you are locked in. Fuck. Our feign did not work, unsurprisingly. I think we are dead. Yeah. My fault. Keep underestimating the respawn time on that. Brutal. I can't quite keep up with it yet. It'll be nice when we can actually change to classes that I want to play as well. But we've got to get these guys leveled up so we can get their ports. So that we can actually traverse the world. Otherwise, we're going to be spending a lot of time running around. Oh. No. That's sneaking myself. Not ideal. Wait. Did I not get Thistlecoat on? Did I interrupt my cast? Oh no. Well, shit. Okay. Right. Offense. Oh, we were already... We're changed into recover then. Thought I was in recovery. I was in inversion. Whoops. Is it to Mr. Skeleton? And Miss Paladin. Shadow Knight. Whatever she is. We need one more Morning Star. Make it +4. You get the Shadow Knights and the oh, stuck on the door. I think we can just pull these through now. It'll be strong enough. Go straight over to Thaumaturgus. Conversion. That was a Dark Elf, yeah. And the Shadow Knights. This one's grey, but like, we can still get rings from it. Might as well. Probably pull you boys through to the other Shadow Knight, yeah? Recovery. Down this way, I think. Bono. Ice Bono. Must die. Inversion. Caster next. Oh. God, these stuns. We bloomed. It's okay. That pull is still sketchy. Let's do the Elfie skeleton. It's a recovery. Okay, our stuff back. Just not interested. I was not having any of it. Now we need to see if we can get the mummy solo. Need to come and path into us. She will do in a bit. Probably. Hopefully. Teased us. We can try the pool at full mana. It's a pretty brutal pool. Got like 5 yellow cons, leading the mummy. Oh, oh, ah. He does sometimes path like far enough along here that he comes by himself. Okay. Makes the magic happen. Ice Bones versus 2 Ice Bones, which is horrendous. Oh, somehow it didn't pull the mummy. So, there's that. And not too bad. The amount of stunning blows we're resisting with that AA. No wonder I was getting driven mad before. Like, I forget how bad it is when you're not an ogre. The chain stuns. Get slapped about, spin stunned. Horrendous. Grab him. We have a load of respawns here. I think there's another one that comes through the wall. Maybe we already got that one. Slip into recovery. Slide into recovery. Look, do they? That's interesting, episode. Oh, it's a +2. Wow. Easy +3. I guess we, at this point, use one of these? Merge the other one? Probably better. Oh, we actually have a spare one. I don't know what was going on while we were doing this. We weren't really hitting anything for anything. My bad. I thought I was meleeing the skeleton, but I guess I wasn't. This guy should be back up now. Ugh. Icy Bono. Ooh. A really nasty nuke. Gotta kill that ice bone. Be an inversion, really. I think we're dead. Way too many interrupts, damn. It's so hard to keep that broken down there. I just don't have the damage at the moment. Sure, it'll come in time. Go back and try and get another enchanted mace, I guess. It's all XP. We're good to go. Hello, Lorod. I'm back. Yeah, more issues downstairs. Run, leave this place at once. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe I should. I think we can memorize the force push. This merges to +4, right? Oh no, not quite. Oh, it's actually quite a way off. Never mind. Force snap. 222, yeah. Cool. Go pay a visit to Thaumaturgis, Shadow Knights. While we're up here. Most of these things are grey now, so let's walk straight to the names. Oh, the meaty little wizard neek. Oh, it's still getting turned around in here even after spending so long. Ooh, that almost one shot, so that would be really awkward because then I'd have to walk into that. Stuns as well. Pull you through to the other Shadow Knight, can't we? can't wear the chain right now, but we will be able to. Hey Radius, how's it going? We can go back into recovery. Going back to Mr. Footman. Oh, that's a door. That's awkward. I think we can pull you down. You'll be alright. The ice wing first. Stop fizzling our force snap. Okay, that Acolyte next. And the big boy. The druid heal is becoming less and less impactful. We should be in recovery. If he comes out and aggroes us, it's fine. It's good even. Oh, lovely. It says, "You shall never again find the poor." I wonder what he's talking about. I'm not up to date on my befallen lore. I know little bits about the lore of EQ. I know about the Estate of Unrest. I know a bit about Mistmore. Yeah, that's about it. Well, this guy's other drop is. He must have another drop, right? Switch to inversion. Icebone must die first. Please, sir. Mistborn was a raid in EQ2. Oh, really? I don't know much about EQ2, I'm afraid. I know a bit about the lore of EQ2. So like at the end of Planes of Power, you killed all the gods in EverQuest, and EQ2 is about what it's like when the gods are just like, because the gods don't actually like really truly die. They're just like, well, fuck these mortals then, and they just like cast the world asunder, and so it's like a godless world where everything's gone to shit, which is kind of cool. Fuck these mortals coming and killing us for our loot. The hell? Yeah, it's a vampire place. Okay, I think we stay here for a bit. I could try and push in. But, like, we're already having... I'm already pushing my luck, I think. Decided not to play this, that's fine. No problem. Hardened skeletons seem to be like really tanky, so we'd probably leave that till last. That's not the heal, and then get back into recovery. That's strikers. Close. Whatever you're happy with, Mythic Foot. There he is. Just linking like EQ Live items. Items are like way out of control on EQ Live, as you can imagine, after like 27 years. A lot of expansions. I don't know what these words mean. I think that. Back into here. Guess we could try in here. Maybe we get one more level first. This is 3, I think. Ah. That's a funny looking 3. It's more like a 4. Weirdest 3 I've ever seen. Wisp, yeah. In the original EverQuest, they used to be immune to everything except magic weapons. I don't think that's the case here, though, although we do have a magic weapon. Yeah, in fact, because our boots... Oh, wait, our boots... Magic? No, our boots aren't magic. We wouldn't be able to kick it otherwise. Yeah, the Wisp's not so scary here. Respawn in here, maybe? Get back in inversion in a second. We've recovered a lot of our mana. Back to inversion. Ghouls were the same. Back in the original EverQuest, they were immune to magic, immune to anything that wasn't magic weapons. It was always fun as a new player with your rusted weapon. I'll take on a ghoul. Flash. That's the huge stun, right? Yeah, 5-second stun. But we definitely want to be using that. Not sure why we were using Force Snap over that. That's quite silly. When is Earthquake? Flowering Heal is 20, right? That's huge for us. And Tremor is 21. Garrison knows a thing or two about mighty mana shocks. That's for sure. It must have another drop, surely. Ready for Monk? I'm playing one right now, mate. That's how ready I am. Okay, I guess we'll give this room a shot. These aren't entirely red now. Some of these are yellow. That's level 25. Shadow Knights as well. Shadow Knight Ranger. It's a 3-pull, isn't it? It's pretty brutal. I guess we can try and feign it, but like our feign still sucks. This is double Shadow Knight. Let's go inversion. Oh god. Yeah, our feign did not work. I don't know. Oh, that did come by itself though. I mean, not by itself, obviously. I can see why that statement would be ridiculous. It didn't pull the other Shadow Knights in the room. I think we can maybe do this. Just need to get the Ice Bones down. The scumbags. That's Bloom. Interrupted so many times. That's the Iceman dead. Bloom. Only surprised? What do you mean? Sorry, from? Mend is almost off. Bloom in 4 seconds. Only 5 Fantasy 11 unit? I don't think that's true, is it? Gonna be mending instantly. Yep. Maybe, yeah, maybe. Like, I do wonder if the Final Fantasy thing is going to be a lot bigger than we think it is. Because I think they've spent a lot of time on it, a lot of time and effort on it for Japan. As he doesn't harm touch us again, I think we're alright. Okay. Not exactly clean. We did kill it. We are a little worse for wear. to recover it. So we might be able to just run in and attack the guy, like the guys in the next room. Because he didn't pull out. The problem there was because I pulled it back into the room and it aggroed a load of the other mobs. Alright, spawn first. We know there are 3 characters because of the leaks. Like, we know that there are 3 characters. We just don't know when. Might not be immediate, but we know all 3 are coming. I don't think there's any world where they wouldn't be. There's no way they would be in the game files otherwise. Maybe. This is what I've never. Ah, is this his other drop? Copper ring. I see. Oh, hi guys. Hardened last. Not putting any more Abyss, any more dollars in until there's Abyss 5. There will not be an Abyss 5 for some time. So your money is safe. Customer support replied, nice. They're gonna investigate, of course. Of course. Hi, Fox! You slept today? Hope you're doing alright, man. About to respawn. Hey, Marsh. How's it going? Okay. Oh. Nope, guess we're not trying that quite yet. Closest we got is Shagtus. Sephiroth at home. I don't mind marshmallows. Just an endless string of these mobs as I'm trying to get into here. If you refuse to infiltrate the Abyss 3 fortress, not really that funny. I wouldn't say it'll be hilarious. But maybe it'll tickle you, who knows? Farming bot for wizardry. I'm not surprised. We get a new bloom heal at 20, which will make things a lot easier for us. Not that we're doing too badly right now, but... Means we might be able to push through a bit better. Right. I guess I'm gonna go back and look for him. The wizard neeks are really heavy. 3 neeks his whole health bar. Ugh, I explain. Thanks, James Ham. Very kind of you to subscribe on YouTube. Okay, I think we're going to try our luck in here. We're going to respawn in a chain now, aren't they? Just pull through the wall. What can you do? Get into recovery. Ugh, nice play. Yeah, let's try our best. This one is single, we know that from before. I'm a little surprised I was allowed to sneak past this dude, but hey, here we are. I think maybe we should go balanced. Let our endurance come back because we're about to have to do some really horrible things. Slip into here. Can. He's a single, okay. I don't really recall what the... I know they've put like new bosses down here, or they've changed bosses or something. I don't really recall this section at all. Invocation, and we can go back to offensive. Now we got all of our endurance back. This is a beefy. This is a level 24. It's the name of the game, isn't it? Not like... Getting stronger. Oh, these things are tough. Can't imagine the Shadow Knight is going to be easier than the Ranger. There's only 2 mobs in here. Palm touch. Palm touch? Okay. Actually, this does seem to be quite a bit easier than the Ranger. Oh, it's because it's lower level. Okay, recovery sense. Every invocation. This guy's pretty chill, to be honest. Bronze? Oh, it's fine steel. Wow. We're already at fine steel. I mean, that is... Hi, Cyril. Did our rogue. There's another mob in here, right? Did our ranger. There's nothing really exciting in there. in that section. The meat and potatoes is all down here, I'm guessing. Is this a single pull? These are both red. These are really nasty mobs. I think we go back out and get to 20. We're quite close. We get that ice Bono down first. Procs are too hard to mitigate. Cyril, I hope you feel better soon, my man. Are you liking the game? I'm having a blast with it, yeah? Really, really enjoying it. Thank you. Thank you for asking. Also, hello. How are you? I'm still playing GBF on my phone right now, doing my M3 grid. As we speak. That was like a third of a level of experience, just that one pull. I think we might level off of these. Close. Enter recovery. Oh, yeah. We did get that. So that's quite big because it means we get... Yeah, wolf form. Can we even use that? Can we use that indoors? Surely not. Unless they've changed it. Oh, daddy. What we're looking for. Oh, daddy. Right. The other thing is the heal, flowering heal. This gives us some attack as well. It's quite nice. Is Wolfstorm permanent? Oh yeah, it's permanent. Okay. Right, we're slightly better set up to deal with this now. And they are not red anymore, which is also good. Oh, we get to bark at things now. Ow. Oh, this is a ranger wizard. That's gonna nuke the shit out of us. Bloom. Uh-oh. 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 Okay, the other one didn't aggro. That's not the worst. Pretty bad, though. I think we have to try to blast this one down now. I don't know why that decided to aggro just then. This one's just a ranger. One isn't a dual class. Much less scary. Mend. And I think we need to get recovery. Almost everything down here is yellow now. These are like two of the gear droppers down there, the reds. Probably another. I think that might be the one of the. There's a bone one down here, the golem metal wand, which is really, really good. It's clicky pillage enchantment. So useful for stripping buffs. That was unpleasant. That's probably. I feel like that might be the golem wand. Drop it. Skip Tails Summer. I haven't looted it yet. Oh, hi, Gynaut. What the hell are you doing here? Oh, I need to be really careful with casting evocation spells. I really don't want to specialize. We only have one specialization. 2 specializations, maybe? I can't remember. We don't want to take that evocation past 50. How's EverQuest going through? It's going all right so far. Thank you for asking. You single? You are single. You're only level 22 as well. You're a wizard. I'm also a wizard, technically. Ah, that looks like it might be it. Yep, Golem Metal Wand. I can't remember. I think we need this at +2 or something to take the thing out. I need a few of those. It's gonna get increasingly sketchy. Okay, let's try over here first. My nuke's better than your harm touch, brother. Time to go back to Shadow Knight school. Finally, more pots. So we need to try to sneak to the right in here. Be exceptionally bad. Oh, we need to rebuff as well. I think we want to specialize alteration and abjuration, so I believe at least. Definitely abjuration for shaman. Very, very important. Yep, that is single. Nice. Harm touch. We're honestly being carried by the wizard nukes at the moment. Must be fine still. So in here. Ah, that's the last Shadow Knight. That's the key we need. Can I sneak through here? Knight. There's a knight in here as well. Okay. This is single. Thank God these things don't run. Being so much shit. Find steel again. Oh no, enchanted find steel longsword. I guess we take that. Start leveling up our one-handed slashing. The offhand. Cause Druid can use. Oh wait, Druid's not gonna be able to use this, is it? It's not a scimitar. Yeah, never mind. Just hold on to that for now. Right. I think we need to nuke. It's going to be a double, I think, right? Oh, no, it's not. Okay. These are all real chill. They don't seem to assist each other very far. Ah, I see. So that drops all of the previous keys, so you can get back out. I see. So we don't actually need to farm that guy, although we probably want to come back for the night. I think there are better weapons down here, though, I believe, from the other guys. Ourselves a little mend. Guess there's no real reason to pull this one. 'Ooh, that was not smart. I forgot that we had these up here. Just nuke the ranger. We have a bloom ready to go off. Six Advent Dragon Quest. Have you got teams that can't handle that, Drakari? We have wizarded ourselves out of mana. I think this is the first time that we've legitimately had to stop to med. Final K-Lab draw, you got the water charge attack unit. That's awesome, Fox. Congrats, man. What are they like? Light and Dark are down. I think I can handle Earth and my Wind. The other three are probably no-go, but I have to see. Yeah. Yeah, they're not super easy. For sure. Oh, that's a fancy looking shield. Stun. Horrific. This is a priest that's going to heal itself. Not if we need the shit out of it. Right, the other way, the other two ways here, I guess we go straight across first. That's going to be the easier of the two paths. We go back. Oh. Don't know how that aggroed there. But it's fine, it's worked out okay. This is a 3 in this room. Don't know if we can sneak off to the left in here. Oh. Who's this fine chap? Spoon. And then awkward. Hey, Senna! Oh, they sound. Hi, Senna. We really need to be careful with this evocation. This is actually super problematic. I can't have evocation hit over 50. We're using these neeks so much. That's actually a huge fucking problem for us right now. We're gonna have to push the other specializations over, I think. I have to actually stop to do that. Specifically abjuration. Basically, like, I can't remember how many, I can't remember if it's 1 or 2. I don't remember exactly how it works, but you can only have a certain number of specializations that exceed 50. I'm a monk, druid, and wizard right now. I'm trying to get to 25 on these so that I can go back and change classes. I need them to be... I need the wizard to be 23 and the druid to be 25 so that I can get all of their teleport spells. So that we can get around the world more easily. Right, is this guy evil? Is this a bad dude? He's indifferent. Oh! I have auto attacked him, so... Oops. I forgot that when you right click in this version of EQ... Well, we didn't get negative rep for that. We got an Icon of the Ardent. Is that... I think that's a paladin thing. Mass murder. It's a bunch of fucking skeletons and evil worshippers of EverQuest Satan. I'm definitely not at fault here. Like, I am sometimes. Often, perhaps even. But not right now. Idol of... What is it? Idol of the Ardent. Cleric armor quest. Armor of the Priest quest. Okay, that's not... Coolness of the Ardent. That's not something that we care about. EverQuest is about, and Monster Memories as well, it is about murdering loads of people that probably don't really have it coming. Ah, this guy is big loot dropper. I know that. This guy has like some of the best weapons. I think the best weapons in here. Chili, I need you to move out of the way, my love. I need you out of the way, my sweetie. You picked a very poor time. But in this instance, we're in a very bad place. To probably doing like heroic things for all the wrong reasons. But yeah, for once, we're actually like on the right side of things. Yeah. Yep, so that's great. So he has a better drop than that, I think. His other drop is really good. So this is where we want to camp. Well, yeah, I do, but like he's a bad man in a bad place. Like I said, we're in a terrible place. We're doing all the right things for all the wrong reasons, by me. That's what I'm saying, mate. Remo neck guard. Guess we take that. Nah, it's alright. We can't use chain at the moment. So then over here, these are the other two named mobs. I don't know if we can deal with these though. Are they both warriors? Oh, there's a paladin. Ugh. Paladins are the worst mobs because they lay on hands themselves. They effectively have two life bars. I'm not sure about that one. Why can't he be a Shadow Knight like all of his good dear friends down here? Arsehole. Yeah, I don't think we can deal with that pool yet then. I guess we could split them. Oh, I need to sort this abjuration thing, don't I? That's what I need to do. What is our lowest level abjuration spell? Skin like wood? Probably skin like wood. We need to get our specialized abjuration over 50. Because we really don't want our evocation to go there, but I kind of need the power of wizard right now, as we are not very strong without blasting things to death with wizard. And our evocation is shooting up because of it. That's true, I am. I am currently a scaly in a furry body. I'm in my fursuit. I'm a natural scaly in my fursuit. First magic skill to reach 51 automatically locks in your permanent specialization. Yeah, that's right. And then you can get extra schools through AA. So we definitely want Abjuration to be our first. I'm just going to keep... Our specialization evocation is at 39, so we can afford to nuke Corvin just a little bit. It's 41 now. Oh god, that's a priest. Ugh. Why you like this? Okay, we're nuking. You're gonna have to nuke this priest, or he's gonna heal himself over and over and over. No, don't do this to me. Does the wolf form benefit you? Yes, it gives you attack rating. It gives you Spirit of Wolf movement speed. So speed of the wild movement speed. And attack. I think it's attack. Attack and something else. It's just attack rating and movement speed. Right, we got to get working on this abjuration. Sentries are just random big-ass mobs who spin around. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, Bellicoat's... I think Bellicoat's in Abyss 3 now. But it's Tagor's alteration. Shit, wait. Do we even have any alteration? Oh, just oh, we can just do healing, I guess. Do we get a special second? Fuck it, Dark. What's it called? Mastery of the something, right? Master of all. Its pass ability allows you to gain a special specialization. The next specialization to go over its current cap becomes your second specialization. Yeah, so we do get this. So we want alteration and abjuration. What's our alteration? What's our evocation sitting at? We're at 45. We are playing with quite literal fire here. Do we want to do alteration or abjuration as our first? Mana cost reduction. Probably alteration, to be honest. Love will tear them apart. The Teardal of Noriak tolerate very little. Killed 100 Dark Elves. Great job, us. See, we're killing bad guys. Everyone knows all the Dark Elves are evil. Every single Dark Elf is evil. It's just their nature, okay, guys? We're doing great things out here. Oh, I really shouldn't have used that. I forgot I was meant to not be doing that. This is actual, like, character bricking stuff. More of a RuneScape guy. I've never played RuneScape. Oh, you did see Blonde. Do you like that? You're a fan of that one, Mythic Foot. Okay, let's get our alteration. I need to do this quickly because I need to nuke him. Okay. Now we should be safe. Hello, Chili. That was pretty close. I almost really fucked myself up there with the evocation thing. Yellow now, that kind of helps. I would really like to kill those guys, but it's gonna be quite tough together. The knight is on that side, and then we got the golem wand NPC up there. I guess we do try to do these two. Got Stonebridge as an instant died. Oh no. Yeah, so basically you can specialize in any spell school, and all of your spell schools up to 50, but the first of your spell schools to pass 50 becomes your, like, permanent specialization. Now, I think there is a quest to, like, reset it. It's a real pain in the ass, though. I wouldn't know where to begin with it. While I'm using a lot of nukes right now, I ultimately probably won't be down the line. I really don't want evocation to be my specialization. Right now, Wizard is carrying like crazy, but I don't think that'll be the case forever. Is the Kibitsu any good? That is like the Sand Shadow something or other. I don't think so. I don't think it's particularly great. Oh, good luck. Good luck, Jakiro. Only cave. I don't remember which one is which. Sorry, Mythic Foot. I don't really know samurai stuff very well. So we'd need to kill the Baron first. Are they the only two in this room? Yeah, they are. Okay. God, that Baron's level 28. What an absolute legend. We need to completely rebuff. Okay. We're gonna have to nuke the living shit out of this dude. He's a paladin, so he's gonna have 2 health bars. Unless we can burst him. Oh, he doesn't actually have that much HP. There's the lay on hands. I expect him to have a lot more HP than that. Oh! Oh! Oh. That's annoying. A little server blip. Server's been very solid, all things considered. Carmelina, I don't even know who that is. But I'm happy if you're happy. Ooh, what this? This is EverQuest Legends. How are you, Kara? Is that our... Maybe that's our instance timing out. Ah, that's our instance timing out. We've been in there for too long. That was our instance timing out. I see. Right, so we need to create instance. I think we probably stick to 1 for now. I'd love to try and do higher, but I think we stick to 1. This is like EQ Classic. I guess it would be more like EQ Classic Plus. Hi, Dark Lord. How's it going? PS2 Network adapter. So that isn't actually EverQuest. That's EverQuest Online Adventures, which is a kind of different beast. It was somewhere between EverQuest and Final Fantasy 11. It's cool, fun game, but yeah, quite different. Right, let's go slap Bono over here while we're up here. Yeah, kind of like that by me, indeed. It's really hard to explain it succinctly, and like, if you don't have any knowledge of the game, it's really hard to explain it in detail as well. It's just, it's like a very, it's like a high power fantasy version of EverQuest, where you get to play as 3 classes. That's the real draw of it. You get to play as 3 classes on 1 character. And there's also a lot of other changes in terms of like raising your personal power to the point where you can go in solo raids and things. Yeah, your character's absolutely on like steroids. I don't want to say it's like entirely solo focused because people are playing this grouped as well. We could probably just go down straight down the well, couldn't we? At this point. Forgot about that. Go kill the Shadow Knights and shit over here. Thaumaturgus. Still blue even. Don't know what business these guys have aggroing though. Oh, we're in inversion. Should be in recovery. Oh, I should probably turn my attack on. That would help. Might as well drop down here, really. Got the Shadow Knight drop down. In fact, I should probably just drop down because otherwise it might train everything from below. That would be really bad. Does Lightning look unhappy? Even Lightning look unhappy playing Final Fantasy 11? Final Fantasy 13? I wouldn't like to say. Personally, I love Final Fantasy 13. I think it's an excellent game. I'm kidding, it's dog shit. Probably pull these through into here, shouldn't we? Kill this guy. Oh, shit. Have wolf form where I should have shield of thistles. Oh, that can drop from the Thurgis as well. I did not know. Okay, there's our shield of thistles. He says we will have to nuke. Let's kill this for the Golem Metal Wand. Tacticians clash me. That's a 5-second stun. Melee this for a bit while our mana goes up. Can't imagine EverQuest being that hungry for bandwidth. Yeah, it's not too bad. Bit of fatigue with Final Fantasy games between 7 and 13. Just because of a Nomura? I don't know who Nomura is. Lucky Japan. We are trying to clear through to this room again. I guess we just go through this too. I'll train my Feign Death up properly eventually. That'll help us out a lot with clearing. It's pretty quick to go this way, isn't it? Then clear the 2 at the end. Recess first. That interrupt hurt a lot. Let me be free. I'm priest. No. They do it. No. I'm in absolutely ruined. Oh, thank God. Cleric mobs are some of the worst. Guess we just nuke into we're out of mana. Mend for a little bit of healing. Okay, we need to rest. And then we will try to take these guys on. He didn't seem too bad when we were trying to do him before. thought he was going to be worse. He didn't seem to have like a huge amount of hit points, even though he's like level 28 or something. Don't know if we looked to see if we had any level 21 stuff. Oh, we have Earthquake, don't we? 21. Not Earthquake, but the one below it. Tremor. I think that's it. I will med back to at least pretty much full. Might be kind of nasty. Right, big boy. Not having a great success rate on these mana shocks, but we are trying to hard cast them without invocation up. There's the lay on hands. I think we can just tap him over the edge. Ah, never mind. Ooh, a chest. That is a massive, massivo upgrade for us. Massive. Mark cloth shirt. And the legs. Oh, these are +1 as well. Get out of here, cloth pants +4. This is a 3, right? So we need to chill on this one as well. There's no priest here though, right? No priest. Checking for secondary classes on these. Okay, I think we can do it. Wait for one more tick. I haven't seen the big boy weapon. It's like ruby something. Hey, Ariel. Yeah, here we are. Never see ever. Here we are, mate. Guess we met up. Like, there is the other named over here. It's still kind of difficult for us to move between them. It's probably better to camp these 3 because they're all together with very little trash. Yeah, geez, they respawn real fast. It's a waste of time. So same deal with this guy again. We're gonna have to blast through 2 of his life bars because of lay on hands. While he repeatedly stuns us. Darn paladins. Palading-dongs. Please, sir. Please cease. Cease your healing. Sleep is very important, yeah. Agreed, Arietta. Get him away from the ads. Not a very good role model for proper sleep. I genuinely am. It's literally just Guild War. Ah, this is it. Shimmering Ruby Stiletto. This thing is really, really good. Yeah, I always promote good sleep. I'm always telling people to get some sleep, go to sleep, don't extend your sleep time. Such only because I'd only do it for Guild War, or I only did it for Guild War because it's fun, because people, you know, people were around and it was cool to hang out with people. It's a nice thing to do as a group, as a community. Ah, maybe I should have kept that. Promo 100 slashing. Extend my sleep time. Hey, whatever works for you, man. As long as you're happy. It's one of the coolest things about Granblue Fantasy, to be honest. Maybe not so much now, but certainly before, there were loads of people always hanging out, like talking about stuff. I don't think Fine Steel is going to do it for us, right? Probably not. Very similar to the correct stuff. Yeah, I think it's alright. Oh shit. Big boy's already back up. Oh wait, hold on. I think I have to wait. I think if I go in half cocks against that dude, we are going to run out of mana and be very sad. And right now, at least, we're still very, very, very reliant on the wizard nukes. I didn't really expect to be so reliant on the wizard nukes, but here we are. I think maybe we pull this guy with the golden metal wand. He has just buffed himself. Golden metal wand has pillage enchantment on it, which strips 4 buffs. It doesn't have charges here either. It's pretty crazy. I love going in half-cocked. Wait. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Oh, we're going to have to do a heal. Damn, we're getting absolutely pounded. Oh, that was such a bad stun for us. Holy moly. Oh. That's criminal activity. We're in a really bad place. Fuck, man. That was absolutely savage. He disposed of us. What a brute. He actually got us with like a PvP stun right on the end of our cast. It was completely grim. Yeah, I did. I got completely fucking rolled by him. Thinks he's so big and clever because he's got a mate and 7 levels on me, arsehole. Alright, we'll do the rounds while we're up here. As is tradition. Ah, she's still blue. Even after all this time, Osaka's still blue. One more, I think. One more fine Morningstar. A +4. Can see a Thaumaturge. Oh, nice. And then the Shadow Knight. Then we'll jump down into the pit. It's a mummy. That's concerning. Has he gone running up to me? He aggroed me through the floor. I'm very concerned as to where the mummy is. That is very worrying. I'm sure it'll be fine. Just when you think about it. Hey, this is a placeholder. It shouldn't have a placeholder, should it? That greater skeleton must be a placeholder for it. But, like, I thought there weren't placeholders in here. Weird. Sleeping is sometimes real, as is jizz. We actually have Eagle Strike now. We should probably be using that, shouldn't we? Forgot about this. Do we have a new kick yet? We don't have flying kick yet, do we? No. I can't remember if there's a kick between round kick. I guess not though. Need to start practicing that more. Maybe Tiger Claw is better actually. Is Tiger Claw the higher level one? I don't remember. Monk. Monk heals by level. Eagle Strike. Oh, Eagle Strike is the higher. No, Eagle Strike is the high level one. Yeah, never mind. And then Dragon Punch. Right, Golem Metal Wand. Lady. How are you, Capitor? What's going on? I don't know what we have to get that to extract it. Clicky. I think it's 3 plus 3? I'm not 100%. Can we do this? Okay. I guess so. I guess that is okay. Shadow Knight first, right? Brakes don't really do anything as long as we don't turn their back to turn our back to them. Okay, we need a mana, and then we can try our good friend the Paladin again. Is it a World of Warcraft private server? Yeah, it is. It's the only one left that hasn't been shut down by Blizzard. They got around it by making it look completely different. $10.30. This is 10:30 base. Oh no, this is really fast. 19. That's actually good. Okay. Let's wand it again. Not that it worked out very well for us last time, but. Should get the lay on hands. Oh, 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 get resisted, idiot. Imagine not using your lay on hands. What a fool. It's like a paladin not bubbling in World of Warcraft. Actually disgraceful. Right, I think this should be fine as soon as our bloom ticks. There's no cleric over here. Guess we just sneak through this one. The med. Little sketch. Yeah, little sketchy. Really appreciate it. She'd stop healing. That is a failed feint death. Fuck. Can't win them all. How's the grind? We're getting there, yeah. How are things going for you? Hero Knight? I know, by me. It's ridiculous. Three more levels until we can actually pull out classes that I want to play. The wizard has been surprisingly powerful in here. I'm actually kind of surprised. Turns out when you have a wizard that doesn't die instantly the second they get looked at a little funnily. Pretty good. Piss off. Do the rounds again. I'll have a look and see if we have any spells as well. Also should probably toggle my attack on. Oh! Right clicking to attack is weird. I don't like it. I don't know if we can turn it off. Really don't like that. Attack on right click. Perfect. And no morning start. Stupid Ebon Scythe. Okay, visit to Madame Thaumaturge. And then the Shadow Knight. He's back. The mummy's back. I am a wolf, yes, sir. Alright, I'm in wolf form. I'm a druid right now. So yeah, wolf form. I'm actually I'm a lizard man in wolf form. As we previously discussed, I am actually a scaly disguised as a furry. Ooh. Ooh. Oh shit, is this... Oh! I didn't even realize there was a wall here, a secret wall here. Must have been where these guys were coming from. Foxes are way cooler than wolves, yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of with you. So wait, this comes out here. Where does it come out the other side? Is there anything down here? Maybe there is. I wasn't aware that this part of the dungeon existed. Very rare to see a fox outside, yeah. Why am I a dog? I'm a druid. I'm in wolf form. Grease. How are you? Ah, it's another Shadow Knight down here. Bone-bladed claymore. Not useful to us. That's C drop. Oh, that's it. We're gonna go you back into Warframe after 6 years. Holy moly. Hope you're having fun. What else is there down here? Very Thurges. Thurges. Oh, we should be using Earthquake here, shouldn't we? Not Earthquake. Tremor? As well? Yeah, I imagine after 6 years you'll have plenty of things to do. Last way? Yeah. Hold on, let me... Ah! There is a name down here. In fact, there are two. Well, shit. I did not know. Blackened Wand. That's got to be a quest item. Blackened Wand. Oh yeah, that's for Sash quests. I guess we take that. Store it. You got it, Jakero. Take care of yourself, man. Thanks for hanging out. Ah, whoa, +3. Wow. That is not particularly useful. I mean, it's AC and HP. It's got int on it. I'm intelligent enough as is. I do not know how I did not realise that existed before. We have pulled an awful lot of mobs. And for Tremor to take off. We might need to go to inversion for this. As we have pulled, again, a great deal of mobs. Bloom's about to pop. We're gonna have to like hard heal. Fuck. Oh, we were half a second away from our Bloom. Sucks. Sucks to suck. And back to it. Got a morning star for me, Osaka. How you feeling about it? You do not. You have an Evenside. You're a scumbag. Nobody likes you. Say no to a band. Say no to another band. That's 4 now. Big 8 AC, 6 AC. I guess we go through here. Oh, wrong side. Reese probably needs to be the target. How many mobs have I pulled here? Is this a feasible pull? There's only one way to find out. Not if I cast Strength of Earth. For sure. No, that's not a feasible pull. Worth a try. Hey, we got a glove. We got an M3 glove. That's what I'm talking about. It's very liberating. That's probably the biggest superpower of all in this version of EverQuest. It's very liberating to be able to just dash through shit and see if you can kill a million mobs without any kind of real risk. Obviously, like, that's quite a lot of the fun of standard EverQuest, that feeling of fear and whatnot, but I've already done that a lot of times. Yeah, it's kind of fun being able to just throw caution to the wind a bit. Our boy isn't back up yet. Died too quickly. No, wait for him. Oh yeah, he's already up. Got some booties. Aha. Makes our Morningstar +4. Yeah, kind of like that by me. Yeah, it feels a little bit like that. It scratches the same sort of ish, I guess. Yeah, maybe that's what I'm enjoying about it. Like just being able to be like, hey, fuck it, let's just pull some shit and see how it goes. Is this Eminem 2.0? Nah, it's like Eminem 0.5. Nah, it isn't really even anything like Eminem. Just looks like Eminem, kinda. This is EverQuest Legends. It's like a power fantasy EverQuest where you get to play as 3 classes at once and have a load of other power enhancing stuff going on. Yeah, so I don't know how I didn't realize this before, but the mummy down here actually has a placeholder. This greater skeleton is actually the placeholder. They don't really have a lot of placeholders in this version. Taz's triple dwarf. Nah, dwarf is a race. Right now I am a monk, druid, wizard. Are you like 3 years old then? No? Is that a trick question? I think this pool should be okay. It's still a lot of mobs, mind you. So a few less than we pulled last time. Oh, the pushback is so bad. Okay, we got the priest. Oh, it's still too many. It's still too many. Okay, I have to take them in two batches. So much pushback, man. Scaly furry, yeah, indeed. Why furry though? Because wolf form gives me movement speed and attack bonus. It's pretty great. Underestimate the elf thief mage. Milana used to be a premier wizard, premier mage, way back when. Not so much anymore. Yeah, I can run back quicker, exactly. Exactly. And we're going to be in here for a lot longer. Because we're going to be sending the second set of characters through here as well. I figure I might as well figure out the pools. I didn't know that area existed. I don't think I've ever been in there. That like side bit. I never spent a huge amount of time in Befallen. But like, I've seen the rest of the map. I didn't realise that existed. That like little cave at the back. Game's 27 years old. Still learning things I don't know about it. Yeah. There's not really a lot of reason to come back. I guess there's a couple of quests and things to do in Befallen. Mostly monk stuff, which I've never done. Oh, that's annoying. Really bad route. He's just with our sides exposed. Can you please let us go so I can just reposition, please? Thank you. Thank you, please. Oh, there's a cleric mob here as well. One of these has a second class. Maybe it's not a cleric, it's some amount of healing though. Oh, we're not in recovery, are we? That is not going to help our stuff come back. Is that EverQuest? Yes. You used to get the largest erection playing this game. Well, that's very interesting. Narcheus on YouTube. Very nice to meet you. Is that not Narcos? Good job, someone. Good job. That is quite funny. Oh, it is it? Interesting. This is a more reasonable pull. Need to burn the priest though. Oh wait, no we don't. The priest is not a cleric. The priest is a shadow knight. Oh. That's my fault for assuming. Yes, he changed it relatively recently to have 6-7 in it. We don't want to merge this. We want to put it on the other wrist. Yeah. Wait, that's not right the way. Down here. I guess we should go in here as well. Grab this dude. Read not to, isn't it? We killed every other name. Am I a cat? Nah, I'm a wolf. Close, hi? Close. I'm a druid right now, so I'm in wolf form. Books. Oh wow. The hell are those? They're crazy. Quest drop on Kera Isle. Oh, they've got like new quests in on Kera Isle. They have ridiculous shit going on. Any furries in this game? Yeah, there's the Kerans. They're close to what the Vashir were in actual EverQuest, but they're like, I don't know, they're reimagined or something. I don't know why they decided to go with Kerans versus Vashir. Just felt like it. I guess it's because the Vashir are like the actual moon cats, and the Kerans are the ones that have already come to Norath or something. I don't know. That's pretty wild. pretty wild. It's a priest. You're good, not like, don't worry, mate. We're just chilling out. Grinding some wolves. Excellent. So can I now take this out? Yes. Take exaltation. To remove organ? Can I not do that? No? I thought you could do this at... Is it +3 that you can do it at? Exaltation system. EQ Legends. No, clicks +2. Warns +3. Procs +4. Hold on. Probably need to refresh that. Load. Reload the UI quickly. What is this animal? It is a wolf. I am a druid in wolf form. Unless you're referring to me, which I mean, I am an animal, aren't I? Ah, cool. So we can actually just take this out now. That is pretty sweet. So I guess we put that into here. And then we can whack this on here, and then we can actually just use pillage enchantment. How are you, Desarch? Gonna play Lobotomy Corp. Good luck. It is an acquired taste. I hope it is to yours. Either way, the story is good. I feel like I've gone a very stupid way here. Meant to walk across there to get to the NT mobs. Double Shadow Knight at the end of here. I can't pull that without healing first, or we will get Harm Touch to death. Running around like a madman. It's a double Harm Touch, it's about 40% of our life. Why is Wiz collabing with Final Fantasy XI? Because both games are for boomers. Yeah, pretty much. Particularly Japanese boomers. To be very specific. Right, we need to rest for a second if we can take on Mr. Paladin Man. Mr. Paladin Man. Practice our feign death a little bit. Oh, we didn't fail. Our first non-failure feign death. Right, let's pillage this no good. I'm gonna nuke the living hell out of him. That was lay on hands, right? Ugh. Oh yeah, of course, the Baron's Blade. I forgot this was a thing. It's the other weapon that goes with the ruby thingy. Remember someone mentioned about that. Hey Ryu! How are you? How's life? Still busy? Ranger Shadow Knight, so we can probably deal with these. No multi class on them. Is this a new server? It's not so much a new server as it is a new kind of game. It's like it's a kind of standalone thing, but it's Daybreak Games endorsed. Can't touch. Lovely. Yeah, it's very hard to explain to people who aren't really like in the know. I can only give you the vague details. It's like you don't know how the game works, so me going into detail doesn't help, and it's too complicated to like briefly summarize it. Bit of an awkward situation. See why Monster Memories is inspired by this game? Yeah, indeed. It looks similar, right? Again, bite me. Some people are playing it in groups, so I don't want to say that. Like, if it were just a solo server, it'd be really easy to put into words, but it's not. It's like a reimagining or something. Yeah, Ariatel's done with GBF. He's already back up. Okay. Yeah, after the initial like gems from completing everything are gone, I don't think the gem gain is particularly big in GBF, right? Yeah, that sounds right. That makes sense. Right, let's do this. Let's go inversion, village. Get stunned. And that's the lay on hands. Yeah, apparently you get a lot of stuff in August. A lot of free stuff in August. Nice blade again. We can't use those good weapons right now because we don't have a corresponding class, but we will be able to. In 2 more levels, we can go and swap our characters. Hi, Dreamliers. That's a very vague kind of open question. I think it's a good game. If you're interested, you should try it. See what you think. We're starting to actually hit these guys now because we're getting close to that level. We'd love to see more of that dude's weapon, but like, it doesn't really matter too much because we're going to be back down here with the next set. Yeah, that's right. I'm a druid right now. So you get to be 3 classes at once in this version. I'm a druid as one of my classes, so I get to turn into a wolf. Yeah, we're starting to actually deal some damage again with our melee attacks. We're having a hard time for a while. Some level gap. You have to level each class on their own. Yes and no. You can have up to 3 classes active at once. We are currently a monk, druid, wizard. Hi, Amelia. What's up? I'm alright, thanks. How are you? Dawn Priest. Ugh. Ugh. Why are they like this? So close. No. Oh, phew. How's the stream going? The stream is going well, thank you. I think I see where this is going. Really looking forward to the collab tomorrow. I really, really, really wish that they didn't pick the 1 week that I wanted to do something else. But yeah, I'm excited for it too. They literally haven't brought out anything meaningful in the last 6 months, and they choose this week of all weeks. Amelia, I'm not interested in whatever you're selling, I'm afraid. But thank you. Right, pillage. Like, you're actually getting a single here, which is even better. There's the lone hands. Resist. Something we can enjoy during the KLabs time, so it has content for more than a week. Well, I mean, I'm gonna play it tomorrow. It just sucks that it's like on top of another game release where, when they just haven't really released anything in the last 6 months. It's unfortunate. Unfortunate timing. What can you do? Gaming busy. I mean both really, Dreamless, right? Because all I do is gaming. I'm not a content creator, mate. Maybe a content creator. I know, it's unbelievable by me. Ah, it's still on cooldown. I see. This has a cooldown on it. That's probably for the best. It's really, really, really powerful. So this is a 4-minute cooldown on the cast of this, of the Pillage Enchantment. Is that lore? No. So we probably... Oh... It's because we probably want to put in the other weapon. It probably shares cooldown though, doesn't it? The way cooldowns work in this game. Don't holy might me. I'm stunning, not stunned. Get him, gang. Respawn is so crazy fast. Did it relay enhance? Guess so. No more of the ruby rapier yet. Must be quite rare. Where is it, this thing? Shimmering ruby stiletto. I think we keep saving our AAs. I'm pretty sure... Probably the most important AAs we're going to want is the last... the last point in this. Steadfast Will. Then I think we're going to want Smite Undead in Paladin. Can't look at it yet. I wonder if we could try getting the other guy as well. Part of our rotation here. Rangers seem to have so much HP. Seem way tankier than like the Shadow Knights. Oh, this one is double class, to be fair. It's part enchanter. Yeah, this one's squishy as hell comparatively. Cut through this room, don't we? Hey Kurt! What's up? Such a long run to this dude. Just grinding out some Befallen, you know? I'll be on this a lot this week. Not tomorrow though. Tomorrow is Wizardry. Wizardry. How is it? Yes, I mean, I'm having a lot of fun. I think it's really well put together, and they've done a really good job with it. The Shadow Knight. It's the Dark Elf Shadow Knight drops. Up arm plate, Spain bladed claymore. Rod, yeah, sure. No, nothing very exciting on her. This guy drops one of the leather pieces, I think. I don't really know. Knight Vital. I don't think it's worth coming all the way down here. It's too much effort to get to him. Ooh, whoops. Bit of an error. Forgot we left those up. My bad on that one. I think we're better off floating around in the bottom area. There's nothing else to really kill down there though, is there? So it's got two amazing weapons which are probably really powerful to upgrade. They're gonna last us for like most of the leveling experience, right? Maybe beyond. Rogue Shadow Knight. Further through the levels am I? I'm level 23. Max level cap is 50. But right now I am leveling classes that are like just for utility purposes. I'm leveling Wizard and Druid because they both give ports. They both give teleports. So for a lot of ease of use later, where I'll just be able to, once I got them to 25, I'll have all of their portals. So we can just get around the world really easily. And then I'm going to pick up 2 different classes. Which means that I'll have to go back to like level 10-ish. The portals are so important. The game is a nightmare trying to navigate all the time with no portals. We probably need a bit of mana before we do this guy, right? No use of flames on the Oni boss. Congrats. How different is it to EQ? It's very similar, but extremely different. And unfortunately, it's really hard to describe exactly why. But imagine this as a power fantasy game, right? A power fantasy version of EverQuest, where you get to pick 3 classes, and you get to combine together that power, and then they've modified the system and everything. They modified the inventory system, the gearing system, and it's all to make you really, 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 really powerful, and to make you be able to solo all the raids, even with like difficulty modifiers where the enemies are getting multiple classes as well. You can't use flames. I see. Yeah, you can't use flames on that one. Let's pillage this guy. And then nuke the living fuck out of him. You know, inversion. There's the lay on hands. We'll mend in a second. Hopefully one more nuke. There we go. Yeah, it's exactly that. In fact, Bite Me used that analogy earlier. That comparison earlier. It's yeah, it's very much like Season of Discovery, but with a team that actually gives a fuck behind it. Imagine that, yeah. We gotta break this 3. There's no priest at least. Any dual classes on these? No, looks like we're good. Get inversion on. Probably kill the ranger next. Mend. There are difficulty modes as well. So you can make things harder for yourself. I'm on difficulty 1 right now. There's the minimum is difficulty 0. Difficulty 4, like everything guaranteed. All the enemies are like really statted up and they all have multiple classes. Which does make things considerably harder. Yeah, this is EverQuest Legends, Kesso. That's because I was on difficulty 4 when I was farming those things, bite me. But I'm on difficulty 1 now. Because this place is much harder. I will try this place on a higher difficulty. When we have a different set of classes. You turn into a penguin. No. Sorry. Yes, it's very occasional because I'm on difficulty 1. There's a small percentage chance that some classes will have multiple. Some mobs will have multiple classes. They also have like slightly bloated stats, and in return I get a bit more XP, and we get slightly higher item drops. Okay, we've beaten this cycle. I don't know what is best to kill. Because anywhere we go, we're going to have to clear back through. Maybe see some Cleric Shadow Knights or some other combination to make Clerics more shit. Cleric is really bad news, yeah. Cleric and Paladin are both pretty bad news. Cleric's particularly bad. It's just a whole heap of healing. It's a lay on hands. Oh, oops. Must have shifted myself out of inversion. I never expected to be using the wizard nuke so much when I was thinking about like playing these characters together, these classes together. But we have used this spell so much. Oh, this guy drops sleeves as well. Must be his rare drop. I was not aware. The real prizes, I think, down here are the two weapons. The other weapon that guy drops. This one. Shimmering Ruby Stiletto. And the Baron's Blade. Not that one. Looks like that one. Baron's Blade. Ooh, shit, that is a rogue. Could have been disastrous. Druid's heals have been pretty good. I don't know how the shamans will compare. We'll probably have to do like real healing with the shaman. I don't think we get like a cheaty hot thing. Don't know if we get a low level torpor. That does also nerf our damage, mega nerf our damage. Slows you. Right, what do we kill here? This downtime. There's nothing really up here. I guess we kill these two. Effects are pretty cool, considering they are the same effects as they were in 1999. Yeah, this whole dungeon, in fact, all of these models, these are all 1999, like exactly as it was back then. The UI is obviously very different, but it's kind of crazy. Attack the mob rather than swiveling the camera around. This guy's gonna have already buffed. Need to pillage him. Shift into inversion. Lay on hands. Mend. Ooh, resist on that knee. I am transformed into a wolf. Yes, correct. I'm a druid, or partially a druid. Like, I have wolf form. Makes me fast, and makes me more stronger. More stronger. The power of the wolf. Get this while this is still just 2. Oh no. No, we can't. He resisted that as well. Great. I'm sorry. Maybe we'll get another shot. Another day, maybe. Ugh. Double resist, though. Criminal resist. Up here. Can we get a single pull up here? That's gonna be a double, isn't it? No, there's no good other mob really to pull up here. Maybe just chill. Chill and farm this. This is a new emote. What is the new emote? Nah, that's not new. It's been around for ages. It's a great emote though. Yeah, it could well be accurate. Belgium. Yeah. Could we chill out, my man? Do you see the emoting in the corner of your eyes after they're used? Oh dear. Shutdown imminent. Server coming down for maintenance. RIP. Better kill these quickly then. Okay, we meant to merge that. They're gonna spawn for us. EOS already, yeah. Maintenance Wednesday, July the 29th, 11 p.m. That's PT, so that's in like half an hour, I think. Okay, we can get some M3 grinding done on GBF. Because we're not done with GBF quite yet. Still have a few grinds to do here and there. No, not quite yet, Kurt. Still working on it, mate. There any day now. $25 minutes, yep. It's only going down for an hour. We're getting there. We're level 24. So we're almost at the point where we can change to our actual classes. Miss the crossover and our current thing with work. Nah, you can just take a break. You can do whatever you want, man. You could also stop playing it. Do that too. All these things are acceptable. There's no rush, like 12 years behind anyway, you know? Down hands. A lot of Kaiman ran the new mode twice. You'll use Kaim in the future. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Ah, the arms. Not that any Earth without cheat strats, yeah, but like, you're not looking at like dominating with Earth, right? You're looking to make ends meet with Earth on random content that requires Earth. So, Kaim will help a lot with that, right? You don't need to be super min-maxed. Ah, I see, I see. He is quite tricky, yeah. He's very, very powerful, though. Awfully powerful. Lay on hands. That something's pretty good. Especially for leather. I have no idea what you're talking about, Bigfoot. Hello, Chewie. Chili. Come on. Oh yeah, man. You always celebrate people quitting gachas. No matter the gacha. No good can come from gacha playing, you know? Hi, son. Yes. Currently near is playing. How's your day going? That would be duffing someone up. Duffing is certainly not a common British English term in 2026. I do understand what you're saying. Chili, no. That is actually super naughty. I can't let you do that. You know that's super naughty. Day's going fine. Nothing too spectacular happening. I'm about to make dinner soon and doing the new GBF event. Good luck. I've heard it's absolutely fucking appalling. I imagine I'll be skipping it at some point. Maybe in a moment, in fact. You read one note, it wasn't terrible. Ah. Maybe I've heard incorrectly then. Come on, put your hands on yourself. Yeah. You scumbag. I might just farm M3. I'm honestly not really very interested in looking at the story on stream. I got another Baron's Blade. 12:30. Not too shabby. What's our Morningstar at right now? 9:30. Some of it's not terrible. I only saw it on DY stream and never read it myself, I see. I'll probably try and read it after stream and see how it goes. I don't want to have people put up with me bitching about side story. Still no second ruby thingy from that dude, sadly. There's still time. I think we should be able to do one more reset. It's a shame we couldn't quite get to 25. Because otherwise we could just origin and sort all our shit when we got back on. Would have been lovely. But alas, this is a priest. Resist. Darn. We weren't punished as much as we could have been. Apparently a tournament arc, huh? We need to ask Fox, didn't he write it? Is this a double? Is this a single or a double? Oh, this is a single pool. Yeah, I guess we can do that one. Lifeguard tournament. Hmm. Hmm. I'll pillage on. Down hands. Oh, this is stressful on the old mana pool. Resisted a lot. Gonna be a real problem if we run out of mana. We're gonna have a terrible time. Okay, we're good. Does this version of EQ have the Planes of Power and other expansions rolled into it? No. There are no expansions in this at the moment. They do have some custom content. But Planes of Power is not among it. I think that's from Najina, Flaming Fist. Which we need to spend some time in later, probably after Befallen. A rogue with it. So we'll kill this because we can, and then we'll make tracks out of here. I guess we can just camp here. It doesn't really make a difference, does it? We're gonna get chucked out of our instance anyway. This is our private instance. Good progress. Grand Blue. Grand Blue. Grand Blue. I don't actually know what we have numbers wise now. I have no idea at all. It'll be a fun surprise. I think we've had 2 fists. I'm not sure. What makes the Grand Blue? It's a good question. If I ever find out, I'll let you know. One, two, three, four. Oh, we got seven. Seven fisties. 7 fists, 7 daggers. 7, 7, 7. Not even 6, 7. I'm glad that you love crack, Asahi. I'm very happy for you. How's it cracking? It's going okay, Asahi. Thank you. Thank you for asking. How are you today? Nah, things have been fine here for the last, I don't know, 3 weeks or so. Things have been absolutely fine, really. Nowhere near as bad. Thanks for goes, lovely. How did your Baldur's Gate go? Keep the fire relatively chill. Cool. Good stuff. I'm surprised GB is still with us to this day. GB. Great Britain? Ah, Granblue. Sure. Gran Britain. Oh, shit. That one's on Celsius, right? I meant to just send them out again. I just clicked the wrong button. Okay. Yeah. So true. I think it's so true, my brother. So true. Oh. Right. Make some magic happen here. Oh yeah, I forgot we had to use this team. Oh. Right, be right back a second. They check cats. Come out, treadmill maybe? It's like a plant. You want steps in. Back in a sec. Hello, my friends. The chair is a great chair. You're quite correct. It's down for maintenance. A Cabu saw. Sadly. They had a surprisingly smooth launch. So, you know, fair enough. Right. Let's do some treading. My chair is now the way, probably. That is gonna kill me, maybe. The not so sensible part of my brain was like, you can just kick the chair while you're on the treadmill, it'll be fine. But I decided, just for once, to not be a complete moron. I have seen X before. I'm aware of its existence. Oh, the BRBs. Sorry, everyone. Hello, hello, A dagger. I think we've probably got enough daggers. You never know. I mean, I've only got one more dagger than the other two. That's not an unrealistic amount, is it? Just a lot more than I really need. Save it. Hi, Lucy's brother. How are you? Sleepy. Well, welcome to the land of the living. Hope you sleep better tonight. But it's nice to have you here all the same. Oh. Hi. Well, what do you know? Oh, baby, a triple. Well, okay, it was a double, I guess. We're being technical. No, no, Cyril. Take care of yourself, mate. Everything goes well. What did I miss here? Gonna go with mom. Oh, sorry, I completely missed this message, Libra. Thanks for replying to that, Arietto. Gonna go with mom later for a CT scan. Oh dear. She's anxious about it. Something with her shoulder. Yeah, I can only hope that everything is alright, and if it's not, then I very much hope that, you know, it's something that is easily identifiable and fixable. Sorry about that, Libra. Totally missed your message. Get a bit dozy when I'm on the treadmill. Like Daisy, doesn't want surgery. course, yeah. Just to know what it is. No pain or anything. Oh boy. Well, yeah, I just hope everything's alright. And again, if it isn't, then I hope it's fixable. Sound like you love your mom very much. I respect that. Good for you. Yeah, I know. I know you do. Yeah, some Timmys. Ah, I see. Tim Hortons. Don't have a questing. It's down for maintenance, Senna. I'm sorry to say. Their launch is surprisingly smooth, so fair play to them.
So we are back trying to M3 our grid. Which we're kind of getting there with. Warframe CEO. Yeah, Warframe CEO has talked about how he plays Limbus before. And Ariatems used to mention it a lot. Well, not a lot, but every so often. Because he's obviously big into Limbus and big into Warframe. That's Limbussy. A lot of people, especially in business, also want to scout out the game as well. Yeah, of course. And when a game like Limbus Company is a frontrunner of its genre, while not being, you know, a corporate mess, that is quite exemplary. And it's something a lot of people show interest in, and because it's such a fan favorite thing, you can only really gain good PR by talking positively about Limbus Company. It's a win-win. It's like a crossover without the crossover. Like, despite how dominant it is in the market, nobody's gonna make a screenshot like that about like Genshin Impact, are they? Because like doing so, people will be like, "What the fuck? The fuck's wrong with you?" Maybe, Nick. Limbus Company is special in gachas because it not only exceeds as a gacha, but also as a visual novel, like in its own right. There aren't many gachas that excel outside of the gacha genre. I still think Langris is one of them. I still think Langris is a fucking great game. Maybe not anymore. I'm not saying Sea of Sword will be either. In fact, I'd be odds on that it won't be. Exactly, yeah, Akiba. I mean, but a lot of companies are like that, where they get sucked into gacha, into publishers forcing them to gachify their games. It's sad. Just lucky that Project Moon, KJH had the vision and whatnot. Oh yeah, it will get completely fucked, probably. It's inevitable, really. I don't think it's inevitable, right? I actually don't think it's inevitable at all. I do think it's very likely, but I don't know if it's inevitable. What concerns me more about Limbus Company is KJH is just gonna have some kind of fucking manic episode, and is gonna really do something super dumb. Because the guy is mentally unstable. So as the stress and expectations of the game grows and grows and rises, it's kind of a bit of a pressure cooker for him, you know? Especially considering he takes the whole game onto his own shoulders like Atlas, you know? Not a saber. Don't really need more sabers. I can't imagine we would want to run 3 sabers. That seems like too many sabers. One person just can't handle that kind of thing without serious personal sacrifice. And in this case, it is personal sacrifice related to his sanity. I guess that's kind of fitting, considering the game. Measure progress on Fighter Origin. The main thing that I'm missing on Fighter Origin is unfortunately anima to unlock the Origin classes. Like, not even to do with Fighter Origin. Because I haven't done any Earth grinding. And this is the first time that I've been able to do Dark grinding. So we have no Yggdrasil anima. We have all the other anima, but no... We probably will have Dark now. But no Earth. You use quartz. Can you? Yeah, I don't have those acumen. I can't. I don't have the anima. We have 0 Yggdrasil anything. I think you're seriously overestimating the amount that I focus on my Earth grid. Again, I can't. I do not have those anima. Yeah. Sounds great. No bonus loot Yggdrasil. Sounds really, really fucking great. Can't wait. Now we'll just wait for it to run in this cycle. There's no rush, is there? Like, they're clearly cycling through all of them, so... I need to do a little bit of water as well. It really sucks, but I need to grind out another katana. Because we just don't have any. I must have destroyed them all or something. In a fit of rage. I just... Again, for like the 7th time, I just don't have the option because I don't have the small anima. Because I haven't touched Yggdrasil. Sure. I've already done Leviathan. Folks. Just leeching, innit? Because we don't have an Earth grid, so... I've already farmed my M3 grid. I already know Leviathan. Ah, not me. Ah, sorry. It's Libra. My bad, my bad. Yeah, Leviathan doesn't even seem that bad. Just sucks for me because I'm just forced to leech it basically. Due to Earth. The state of my Earth. One day, one day. I think the last time we did water grid, our Earth did about 4%, 3%, 4% before dying. I farmed Cave of Separation a bit. Can I... Got a 4-star Ebon Dagger with 2 evasion blessings. Cool, congrats. I didn't. Yeah, Fox is stacked out, mate. As shit as my light might be, they are pulling their weight. They are blue chesting this consistently. Like, fair play to them, you know? They're doing their best. Good to my Lana, and she has 105 evasion. Cool, congrats. Yeah, bonus drops are it. The closer you get to Guild War, the better. It's the best time to do the Revens and stuff as well. Wouldn't want to forget about that, Libra. Besides Mugen, yeah. Only Colossus made me think my water is absolute trash. So I read his passive, yeah. He's a scumbag. Report the bug. You touch chest and fall through the hole in Abyss 3 at the same time. You get stuck. Yes, that's been reported a lot of times. I think it's unfixable in that engine. Pretty much, Fox, yep. Pretty much. It's because it's not a bug. It's a flaw in the engine itself. Much like how you can zone through enemies. Except Wizardry Giant Daphne is not an older game. That's the only issue. I think the problem is that Bellicott didn't consent. That's the main issue. Also, he's underage. Try to key the League Classic game client crash. Oh, there you go. The true classic experience. I hope it crashed on the loading screen and then it didn't let you in for the first like 3 to 4 minutes of the game. Just long enough that you're completely fucking worthless, but not quite long enough that you feel like you should quit. That's the League Classic experience. Why did I pick the one without rigid CV? Hello? Love staring at enemy for 3 minutes before he gets detected. I'm glad you love it, Bellico. Very happy for you. Can you explain how does detect stat works? The more detect stat you have, the more likely you are to detect hidden enemies. That's it. Does it work on chess? Kind of. The find trap stat, which is viewable when you go to open a chest, is derived from the detect stat. So as you raise your detect, your find trap goes up. Indirectly. Cool. Detecting traps, that is detect. That's what I was talking about, find traps. What were you talking about? Does it work on chests? Chests aren't naturally hidden, if that's what you're talking about. Chests are always visible. Chest traps. Wait, but those are the two things. You said, does it work on chests? I explained the answer, and then you asked, and detecting traps, which is the same thing that you just asked, right? I don't understand. No? Well, can you explain further the difference between the two things? Because I just asked you, and you said it was the same the first time you asked. Like spike traps. Oh, okay. So the things on the ground, they're not hidden. They're never hidden. They're always there. Like there's usually a visual component of them. When you step on one of those tiles, you use your evade trap skill. The higher your evade trap, the more chance you have of dodging the hit on a character. Not as far as I know, no. High friendship, or bond, or whatever the fuck it's called, is the thing that gets your characters to come out and be like, no, wait, danger, etc., etc. Pretty much, yeah, they're always going to be in the same place every time. Or if you want to just map out the map, which I know a lot of people do, myself included, I'll walk through a bunch of poison or a bunch of spikes just to have the map revealed. Is there any way to game the enemy walking AI in this game? Yes, but it's exploitation, and I don't want to talk about it. Engine flaws. What's to change their walking route from one corridor to another? Yep. Not without basically cheating. You can use Ranger. If you use a Ranger, you can trap them, which is pretty cool. Hello, Ange Woman. How are you? Not too bad, thank you. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Yeah, that's what he does, Libra. That's what he does, mate. Skill issue, get good, etc., etc., etc. You got this. You need to build the Eternals? Why the Eternals? We want JJ back to Sword of Convaleria. Fucking dream on. I'd rather take a cheese grater to my fucking nutsack, mate. Imagine playing an XD game in 2026. Jeez. Come on. Get your mind out of the gutter. Sure do, Nick. Sure do, mate. You do too, apparently. Otherwise you wouldn't bring it up. We all have our vices, Nick. I'm glad we can be like-minded on this. It's a game that has been made extremely shit by an extremely shit company. So there's not really much going for it. I'll try playing Langris as Sea of Sword when it comes out. I don't have the highest of hopes for it, but you never know. It's definitely got more hope than Sword of Convalaria, because Sword of Convalaria's hope was like 2 years ago. Maybe they improved after 2 years. Nope. Just got worse and worse. If you love strategy RPGs where there is no strategy because you just hit things really hard and crit them as hard as possible, and if you don't have all the crit units you're fucking dog shit, then yeah, Sword of Convalaria is probably the game for you. The strategy, I guess, is the mind-numbing puzzles that have nothing to do with your units whatsoever. You missed this game. Anjouan, you missed this game, Grumbly Fantasy. You used to play with your Game God lead. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Had you played for a long time? Do you have any idea why it got deleted? Is it not recoverable in any way? Play Fire Emblem Heroes. Come on, Ariatel. Some things you shouldn't joke about, mate. Trade didn't work. Damn, and you contacted their support. I'm sorry to hear that, Archwoman. Ah, you gave up. I see, I see. Yeah, I imagine if you contact their support, you might have a chance. I'm sure they have records of all that stuff. I'm glad you're excited for it, Bellico. Fair. I'm glad you enjoy it. Yeah, some of the Bloomtown OST is actually incredibly good. It's a really mid-game, but it has a great OST. It has an undeservedly good OST. What influences Dispatch's success rate? Power level of the characters. Want to play Granblue Relink? Waiting for it to go on sale. Yeah, I played that recently. The first time. It was quite fun. Unfortunately, I doubt it'll be on sale anytime soon, but yeah, well worth waiting for. Have to gear them up. Yep. Play a lot of gacha games, so grinding is something I'm used to. Which gacha games do you play, Ange? Anja Woman. I just realised it's a Digimon, isn't it? It's been a long time for the clicks in the back of my mind. Anja Woman. Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, Evanis, Wuthering Waves, Art Nice Empire. Oh my god! Literally all of the all of the ridiculously mainstream games. Holy moly, every single one. Wow, you must have your calendar full. You could do with playing 3 less, Quantum. Come back when you play 0 out of the 6 games on that list. How many gacha have you actually done into the past month? Oh, Quantum. Good question. For the sake of Andrew Woman, Corner here plays what, like 12 gachas? Since it recently updated, probably gonna check that out. This seems to have been logged into pretty recently, same with Arknights. I'm sure you're doing your best, Quantum. Quantum seems no stranger to a little goon. That's why you always need to take it with a pinch of salt when Quantum says he plays these games. Like, Quantum has access to the games that he claims to play. But I don't think by most people's standards they would they would say he was playing them. Which is probably for the best, to be honest. Oh yeah? Why did it say don't stop playing CZN? Oh. You quit after the live stream. Dropped a CZN sponsor for today because we're... do you want to drop a link? Can you give me a summary? Because like, I'm interested, but I'm not that interested. Smugglers and we're going to do a Guno focused company? Yeah, no shit. Traders' initial expectation of the game, dark selling, or no longer try any smugglers. Wow. I mean, yeah. I thought that's why everyone quit CZN. Anyone in their right mind quit CZN. I thought the only people who were still playing were people who like wanking off to anime boobies. Good, Quantum. That's what we love to hear, mate. How about you don't even check out the update and uninstall? Just uninstall it right now. Yeah, just play what you enjoy, man. Oh my god. There's no one else who's still alive in this fight. His terrible back row just had to solo this last 10%. God help him. Great job, guys. Well earned. Damascus crystals, yeah. Okay, so firstly, they've been doing this since day one. Secondly, They are not actually doing badly as a game. The CZN is a very successful game. It's nothing to do with them doing badly. Like Smilegate, I said that a million times. Like Smilegate make hentai games. Like if you look on the library of Stove, right, all the games on there are porn, every single one. While I was, even now actually, like I'm still on the creator program for Chaos Zero Nightmare, and they send me keys for fucking porn games on Stove constantly. Like all they do is make fucking porn games. Margate's a shit company. No, Bellico, you're underage. Right. I will continue my journeys here on my phone. Let us head back into a game that nobody understands. Four more fists for the M3 grid. Well, they made a child character that they claimed was 21, and made it so she flashes her panties to you every time that you hover over. So yeah, I would say that it got worse than Serenial. That was bad too. Yes, I agree. Oh man, I hope my wizardry capture works tomorrow. Like I'm gonna be fucked off if it doesn't. I'm gonna be really upset. Oh, we're still in the same instance. Huh, I guess our instance didn't time out. Cool. Oh shit, I need to do rebuffs. Fuck. Fuck. It's fine. We'll be fine. Lay on hands. Oh, we're on 0 now, though. We want to be on 1, probably. We could even try 2, maybe. So we're going to need to gate out after we beat up guy. Have our permas, yeah. Yeah, nice. Probably do with a little bit more mana. Yeah, that sounds about right. One more tick of mana. Oh, nice. The Ruby Stiletto. It's +1 as well. He's got kind of clobbered. Okay, I think we're. Guess I'll go out. It seems weird because like we're so close to retirement. Oh, of course they got clobbered, but it's because we're on difficulty 0. That's why. Can't like change difficulty in here, can we? Oh yeah, we can change to a public zone. And that'll take us to the zone line. And then we instance. Oh, I see. Interestingly, that was just the D0 instance. That was like the zone itself. It's kind of interesting. I guess we try 2. Since we can handle 1 quite well now, we'll try 2. We're only going to be in here for a second anyway before we need to leave and sort out our classes. We'll be going all the way back down to level 10 essentially. In a sec. Yeah, the Final Fantasy VIII soundtrack's banging. Banging, mate. So there should be more dual mobs on this difficulty. It's a +2. See some slightly higher item levels drop. Everyone check out the Thaumaturge. He's green now. Oh, how far we come. Shadow Knight. Rawhide shoulders. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Oh, hello. Sorry, did I run too close to you? How rude of me. Yeah, the opening cutscene with the feathers. It's gonna be our last outing of wolf form. We're done with Druid forever. Maybe not forever. We'll need it to track at some point. Yeah, Lars. Hey, how you doing? Am I stupid? Hello? Oh, there we go. Just missed the entrance. It's like, where is it? Just finished work. Immediately logging into Iki. It's like you've gone back in time. 25 years. Dropping Druid, yeah. So I've taken Druid and Wizard to 25, so that I'm gonna have all their ports unlocked, all their teleports unlocked. Let's deep down here. I think we should be alright. Beam's just about to go off. Beam goes off in 2 seconds. Got the high ground. It goes off in 1 second. And darn ice bones, man. They hit so hard. They can really burst me even still now, even with the level advantage. Their ice procs are horrific. Beam in 1. The wizard nukes have been very satisfying. I wasn't really expecting to use the wizard part of the kit at all. Yeah, the nukes are pretty ridiculous. They've kind of been our bread and butter. No skill gem slots, yeah. They require a lot of investment to get going, but they are very, very good when you do.
Got that big platinum ring plus 5, 6 agi. So powerful. Doesn't get much better than that. Bard, I think is really, really, really good later on because you get to like constantly cast 5 songs, then melody, 3 more, just without even twisting anything. Seems really good, but uses a lot of spell gems. We don't really need to kill her anymore, do we? We don't need more Golem Wand. Kind of golden for Golem. Wait, what's her name? Kahaptra. Did she drop anything else? I don't think so. Kahaptra. How's she called? Oh, Kahapira. That's why. Okay, take a shot at the paladin and then we'll fuck off out of here. This really doesn't seem that different on 2 than it did on 1. Maybe I'll eat those words in a second. I'm not seeing that many more modified mobs either. Iron Visor. I guess we will take that because we're about to swap classes. Priest. Switch to inversion. Blow up this priest. No, don't be like that. Darn priest. Oh, nice. That's a recovery. Installing 7 remake, and it's making the stream quality drop horrendously. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. To be honest, the quality of the stream isn't very high to start with, but that's mainly my fault. It's mainly just my presence. Right, we need our mana back for this. Do we have Flying Kick yet? No. Do we have Dragon Punch yet? No. We never get anything exciting. I think Dragon Punch is at 25. We got Tail Rake. Wait, shit. Isn't Tail Rake... Shit, is Tail Rake higher? Is Tail Rake Dragon Punch? I can't remember. Replaces Eagle Strike. Okay, so we should be using Tail Rake. Right, let's strip this motherfucker. Oh shit. They stripped me. I hate being stripped. Oh. They hurt. Inversion. Lay on hands. Oh, fuck me. Okay, we had to go evasive there. We definitely had to go evasive. Doesn't matter. We got 25. Right, let's get out of here. Where's our origin gone? Oh, we took it over here. Wait. We are at 25 across the board, right? Yeah. That's... Alright, what's... Fly Kick's 30. Yeah, that makes sense. Right, we need to grab... I don't know if there's an easy way to do this. Sir, please. Hello, Mugen. We are getting on okay. We're just about to change classes. Is there any items I can use? We don't have that, right? So, if we look down here, we have Greater Fade Up Gate. We don't have Greater Fade Up Portal. So everything here is stuff that we don't have. So we need this. Evacuate Greater Fade Arc is 32. Does that say evacuate? We don't want the evacuates. We don't need the evacuates. Fade Up Portal, no. Don't need that. Nectulos Gate. North Row Gate? Stonebrunt Gate. Any translocates. West Commons Gate. Piranha Gate. And that looks like that's it. And then Druid. Oh. We're not looking for circle, we're looking for ring. Ring of... Do we not have any of these? Wait, is it ring or circle? It's ring, right? Ring is the single target. Ring is single target. Okay, yeah, that sounds right. So I guess we don't have any of these. Ring of Butcher Block. Mirror. Lava Storm. Thicket. North Karana. Ring of South Row. Ring of Steamfont. Ring of Stonebrunt. Ring of Toxula. Ring of West Commons. I think that's it. Hitting the suckers. I'm enough of a sucker as it is. Oh. Don't need circles. Okay. Cool. We just need to memorize these, I think. Cool. And then we can loadouts. Add. Oh. Okay, how do we yeah, we've hit the issue. How do we delete loadouts we've already got? Maybe we can't. Maybe we just edit ones that we've already got. That's probably right. Monk, Monk, Paladin, Shaman. We want to copy, equip. Okay. Pretty pain-free. We want to use the Baron's Blade. With other thing we just got. Shimmering Ruby Stiletto. Do we use this main hand? Got Ignite on it? Maybe. don't think we really need to keep this. I guess we can just to have a blunt weapon. Oh yeah, we can't put that on there because we don't have it at +2. Put it on there though. Okay, we have like another piece of gear here. We have these barbed arm plates that we can use instead of these. Would we want to do that? These are 8 dex, 11 AC, 9 endurance. These have strength and stamina on them. They are similar AC. No, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. Because we can probably sell those. We might as well use this iron mask. I think that's about all we want to swap, really. I think we can sell those. We also don't need these. Also don't need these. I guess we'll keep the mace. We need a blunt weapon. I don't think we need this either. Don't think we need this either. It's an okay weapon. Yeah, I don't think we need it. I think these we can... Oh, that we need to sell. This we need to destroy. Served us very well though. Okay, cool. Now we need to sort spells. I don't necessarily know what these classes do. Shit, that's not where I want to be looking, is it? Yeah, it's a... Hello, Arcanol. Sorry, I am in the middle of trying to do something I don't totally understand. Deep in concentration. Characters. Skills. No? Characters. Which one was it? Not spellbook, is it? Where did I find that list of spells? And they have audio triggers in there. Well, we can grab Slay Undead. Slay Undead is really good. I think this is what we want to prioritize. That's going to help us level. Bandolier. Overflow. Find item. Damn. I'm trying to look for this. Thought it was on skills, but I guess it's not on skills. Player information? No. Where do I find the other spell list, man? Actions? Is that? Ah, it's actions. Excellent. Okay, so we have all of our rituals on here as well. So, don't really need that. We need any of this. Fleeting Fury, we might want that. Really need Fury. We might need Courage. Okay. Fleeting Fury. Talisman of the Beast. Really need that. Shadow Skin. Does that need a? No, that doesn't need a component here. Wait. Do we not get a? Do we use the Paladin AC buff? I'm not sure. We'll just buy this. Oh, Burst of Strength is the higher. Fleeting Fury. In power. These sleepers are slow. We might get given some of these, but I don't know. Really hard to say. Healing. Shrink. Frenzy. Impassivity. The target in impassivity. Ah, that's like a torpor. Not too worried about dots at this level. Spirit of Cat. Spirit Strength. Which we will grab, but I'm not sure we need it. Spirit of Ox. Spirit of Monkey. I don't think we need to scale of Wolf. Might want Frost Strike. Like maybe we need Spirit Strike as well. Like we did use nukes in the end quite a lot. Cannibalize we definitely need. Breath I'm not really too worried about. Actually that's way better than casting Frost Strike, isn't it? Isn't Venom Breath the first poison dot? I know there's Affliction here, but Affliction's like relatively shit. Yeah, I guess this is like the most efficient damage, isn't it? Maybe we do grab that. Yeah, this is where I'm at. It's like a super beast lord. Lars. Well, I figure. Guess let's grab Affliction. I think Ranger could be really good too. Form of the Bear doesn't do anything, right? Oh, it gives you regen and wisdom. I guess we'll buy that then. Rising Dexterity we need as well. Money do we have here? everything under after that, I guess we can leave because we'll be coming back here then. 25 is when we finish Befallen. Paladong is at the other place. Weird looking paladin here. Oh, actually, I get it. It's because Sarnath. Oh, that actually kind of makes sense. So they have non-Ixar representatives for the classes that Ixars aren't. Sarnath's actually paladins. Can actually be paladins. That's actually kind of cool. I didn't realize that before. Wait, what the hell? I mean, we'll buy those. I don't know where that comes from. Probably from the newbie area. A lot better than this trash. Need to be dumpster diving all these things. Let's look at this Slaver's Lash. Kind of cool. I'm guessing a lot of these are from the newbie area or something. I think we have better than this. Have to do a bit of dumpster diving here. See if we can find some cool stuff. And it's like the old days, looking at vendors, trying to find cool items people have sold to them. Yeah, I don't think we need that. We probably want courage. This is a stun, I think. That's yeah, Bruce is summon an opponent. A magical hammer that is particularly adept at smiting undead. I didn't realize paladins got this line of spell. Interesting. Oh no, this is actually summon a weapon. It's awful. It's so awful. I don't know whether the paladin's AC buff is going to be better than the shaman's. I'm not sure. Instrument of Knife is anti-undead proc, if I remember correctly. Reckless Strength. Don't think we need that. I guess I'll buy it anyway. I'll give it a try. Don't think we need it. Don't think we're gonna need Smite. Okay, with the focus strength itself. Yep, we need that. Reanimation. I can't see a world where we could possibly need that by ourselves. Symbol. Do we need mats for symbol? No, not anymore. Maybe it's just later symbols. Soothe, we probably need that to help pacify. Not really a lot of spells there. I take it we have detrimental, no. Direct damage. We should have Smite. Did I pick up Smite? Do we have Smite? I don't know. I don't know where Smite comes from. Lol. Yo. So we have a bunch of the spells here already. Hmm. Smite is level 19, is it? Okay, thank you. I thought it was level 9 for some reason. Smite's under abilities at level 9. Ah, thank you. Thanks, Fred Schillinger. Oh, good luck at the appointment, Libra. Really, man. I hope all is well. Guess we don't really need this golden metal wand anymore, do we? Because we've already extracted the thing from it. Get rid of that too. That's understandable. Have a look. Nope, that's monk. Hmm. Will there be a paladin trainer here? Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe maybe there was one in here. Wouldn't really make sense for there to be an XR paladin trainer, would there? Anchor, you can take my mallet head. It's not as dirty as it sounds, I swear. Um. Hmm. Just have it here. Oh, we just have it here. Cool. Do we make a hotkey for this, and then what? We cast it? Smite. Reuse 15 seconds. Do ability smite. Macro can do ability smite. The ability smites the current target, dealing health, spending 3% of your maximum mana. Amplify. I thought smite was like a stance that procs off your autos or something. Maybe they changed it. Wait, we can't use tail rake? Oh, of course we can't use tail rake. We're lower level again. So we need we still at kick level? Or are we around kick level? No, it's not round kick anyway, is it? It's what the first one, which is Eagle Strike? Or Tiger Claw, I think. Yeah, we can use Tiger Claw. Okay, we better look at our spells. What do we actually want to put on here? We probably need a heal. Is light healing. I don't think we have a heal over time yet. No, we don't have our slugs or snails or whatever it is. Drowsy. I don't really know what else we need. I guess we take a direct damage spell. We have Ward Undead. Maybe just Frost Rift. Frost Rift is very low, isn't it? About 30 damage. Yeah, I guess we do that. We have Courage. Oh, we already have Spirit Wolf. He's that being at 14? Levitate, movement, vision. Where are AC buffs? Oh, maybe we don't have them yet. Yeah, we're probably not high enough level yet. Probably get Yolp. Probably Yolp gamers, aren't we? So Spirit of Wolf. What are our other buffs that? Oh, we probably need. Do we have? Do we have a frenzy yet? I don't think we do we? Oh, we do. We have Fleeting Fury. It's Fleeting Fury stack with Strength, Dex, and Armor class. That's stack with Yolp? That's not really something I've ever tested. That gives us 15 strength. It does stack with Yolp. There you go, we're gaming, I guess. Oh wait, Yolp's permanent. What? What? This is absolute madness. Okay. Cool, good to know. So this should actually be Fleeting Fury. I don't think any of these others like fall off particularly quickly. They're all like 38-minute buffs. That's 27. Oh, they're 20. They're all 27. Okay, mostly 27. 27 or 36. I don't think we have anything else that's like super pressing to cast. Stratham dungeon looking different these days, indeed. So true. I guess we should leave a slot open here for Debilitate. Debilitate. I don't think we actually need that much memorize right now. How much damage does Tainted Breath do? Way more damage than Frost Rift, doesn't it? Gonna cast a detrimental. Frost Rift isn't really getting there. Right, let's clear this out and do buffs. So we do have a perma. We have Yolp, which I can't believe is permanent, but it is. Kind of wild. Then we need HP buffs, courage, statistic buffs, agility buffs, dexterity buffs, Spirit of Bear, buffs. That's another beast. I guess we might as well put Snake on there as well for what it matters. Actually, there's not really much point, is there? We'll use it if we ever need to use it. Oh, we need So on here as well. Burned your brain a bit today. Hey, whatever gets you through, man. Crafting in any game can be a little taxing. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna have a little look around the vendors in here. See if there's any spice on them after seeing some of these newbie area items. Splintered wooden key here. Are we doing okay for food? Yeah. Fine. It's so weird seeing all this stuff sold to a vendor. Giant Ixars. Giant ogres, sorry. Yeah, I'm playing. I'm in it to win it, mate. Um, how do I get lost in such a little space? Heavens above. Sad, I have to check the map. At least like these vendors are the only things that had anything interesting on them. Probably because they're right next to the newbie area. When you have PvP, this game, this version does not have PvP. He said it costs so much. What the hell? Bandolier of Teeth. Is that better than these? These are 5 AC. This is 10 HP, 1 strength. Probably not. Also costs. PvP's weird enough in EverQuest as it is. I guess we ritual, right? Now that we have rituals. Actions. That's L. Oh. Rituals. I don't know which goes closer. Ring of West Commons. Ring of West Commons goes to the Druid Ring, doesn't it? With tree ants on it. I think? I don't know. I don't know. I can't remember. I might be thinking of a different version of EverQuest. No, I think it was Shards of Delia. Tree ants on their West Commons Druid Ring. Isn't any low-level raid content like Eminem? I heard Spawn is removing them. Oh, Sean is removing them. Sean is just gonna remove low-level raiding completely. Good, honestly. There's just no need for it, really. Back to Big Befallen. I think our instant should still be open. I'm not sure. Oh, we will make another one. No. Yes. Oh. Wait, did I just fuck up? It doesn't really matter. Just make another one. I did. God, it is not want to load. It's not happy. Yeah, I did not mean to make a personal 0. Oh no, wait, this is personal 2. No, this is ideal. This is fine. 2 should be fine. We don't have any skill in these right now, but they should hit really hard. Should be a lot easier for us to clear through than it was last time. Maybe that we need to turn the difficulty up, maybe, but I don't want to speak too soon in that respect. We need lay on hands on our bars, don't we? Is that in AAs nowadays? Right, so smite is now a skill that we press. Interesting. Got work to do this morning. No. 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 There's no helping you, brother. It's all over for you. I need to get my lay on hands on. I need to locate my lay on hands and get onto my bars. Actions. Lay on hands? Lay on hands. There's the money shot. Oh, yeah, we get Mage Hunter. All incoming magical damage is reduced by 50%. Incoming physical damage is reduced by 20%. Every point of damage reduced. Oh, sure. Doesn't do anything else. Super spicy. It'd be so much easier this time through. Is there a law to lay on hands? Paladins have always been able to lay on hands. It's like a D&D thing. The whole, like, once per day they can just blast someone with all of their holy might to heal them back to life. Considering we have no weapon skill, we're so strong compared to how we were when we were doing this before. It's just all the gear. Weird that. Cool, Lars. Enjoy. Yeah, that's a lot of mobs. We don't have any AoE, so it doesn't really benefit us. Oh, actually, we have round kick, don't we? We have some AoE. What should we be casting here? Oh, we should definitely be casting Fleeting Fury. I guess we could, like, cycle dots. It just seems so much stronger than we were before. It's kind of crazy. out. We will probably need to lay on hands. SK Wiz Warrior, you get double tank. Wow. It's a lot of beef. A lot of beef. Maybe we don't even need to lay on hands. There's so much free healing in lay on hands. This is a level 18 mob, but Sakura is level 18. Let's start her up. Ah. Unfortunately, Shift V is also bound to pose for some reason. Can we change that? Or fucking pose. What even is pose? I don't know. I don't know. I guess we start heading down then. Yeah, that's a million mobs. That's okay. I think we're like really OP right now because we have such crazy gear. Getting aggroed here? No? If we drop shit down there, then we have to contend with reds. How red is this red? Level 17. That should be fine. Get the blue one first. Get back to inversion. I need to get back to recovery. When can I play as a Hans? You can. So if you play as a Shadow Knight or a Paladin, you can summon a Hans. You can even summon a Unicorn. You're really committed to AAs as a Paladin. Big Hansage. Is this a game over Eminem? Nah, this is a bit different. Quite different. Might look similar though. Because this is actually EverQuest or a kind of offshoot of EverQuest. This is actually the way that this game looks back in 1999. The 1999 zone, these are 1999 sprites or models. With a new graphics update, though the graphics in Monster Memories are way better than this. No bias at all. Yeah, okay, like they're just different. They're just very different games. This is like a power fantasy version of EverQuest. Monster Memories is still trying to preserve that you know, community feel. But this is gonna be a lot of mobs. Ishia first. Men's up. I like this graphic a bit more. It's got a. I mean, like I'm really biased, so I like this I like these graphics a lot, but yeah, they're kind of shit. We're so much more powerful than we were before. This is a higher difficulty as well. This is 2 compared to the 1 that we were on before. That basement gear is carrying us. Lay on hands again. The shaman part of this trio I don't think it's going to do very much until later on. All of the good shaman stuff is like quite late. That's okay. I think we'll be okay. Shaman's really great, yeah. I mean, Shaman's just really nuts in like I think every EQ that I've ever played. Shaman's actually insane to have in a group. Shaman can even solo like really quite well by itself. I always remember Velius, right? What really opened my eyes to how broken Shaman was. In Velius, in Dragon Necropolis, I remember going in there and just seeing a shaman like soloing the bone dragons in there that I thought were like ridiculous at the time, that were ridiculously powerful. And it was that moment where I was like, holy shit, this shop was a fucking OP. And like I didn't really know that much about the game back then, but I mean, that was pretty insane. That was pretty insane because this was before the days of like alternate advancement and shit. And yeah, they could just slow them and whack them to death with a two-hander and dots. Kind of crazy. Slow, really, really broken against anything that slow will land on. The guy wasn't even an endgame player, he was just a guy with like a barbarian spiritist hammer. Slapping shit to death. That was a sick weapon though. I think you get that from what, Kazakhstan? Fence stance. A lesser mummy, indeed. A greater skeleton. And a lesser mummy. We're kind of effortlessly doing that. Maybe we can just try the stairs. Maybe we can just fucking go for it. Feels ridiculous though, because we're level 10. It's because of mend mostly, and just light healing. Inversion with light healing. I'm not even really using the lay on hands, but I have the lay on hands there. Mend, I have it on V. Oh, 3 AC on this copper amulet. Holy, I think that's it. I have no idea when we get new spells. I didn't really pay attention. So let's have a look in a bit. Have to be a little bit careful with these rooms to not like super overpull. We don't have a huge amount of benefit from pulling loads of mobs at once like we did with the druid and the wizard. We really just want to beat things up one by one. Smite coming in for 2. So OP. It is still quite low level. It doesn't help. The mask. Yeah, cool fronts. Right, this is going to start getting a bit sketchy because we're level 11 going into like a level 20 area. Might be a little bit too much. I need to rebuff as well. Just rolling around with no buffs on. Pretty much naked. Oh, did I not save? The whoops. It's embarrassing. 2 buffs. Courage. Buffs. Be like cat. We have turtle skin now. Oh, we don't need that. That's charisma. We don't need any charisma. We're not charismatic. Dexterous aura. Spirit bear. Burst of strength. Oh, that's the new Fleeting Fury. The Talisman of Beast. Talisman of the Beast. have to get auto buff the AA as well. Save us a huge amount of time. Right, this is a fucking sketchy pool. We don't have harmony yet, do we? Harm? Oh yeah, we do. We have lull. Oh fuck my old boots. Resist. Immediate resist. Slow both. We are so strong. Actually kind of crazy. Oh, we've got a mummy behind us. Thought I was getting smacked about a lot. Rouse him. The power of drowsy. This guy's level 20. Like almost double our level. We need to get a recovery. Be slow. There's a repoison, it's quite efficient. I couldn't see him to cast him, that was weird. I think I'm actually not attacking him here. I think that's the issue that we're having. Better lay on hands. I think I was not attacking where I was standing. It's a minor issue. Yeah, we need to Fleeting Fury, don't we? Oh, we actually need to use the other one. We got a higher one. Pretty slow. Pretty wild. So statistic buffs, strength, burst of strength. That actually increases armor class as well. Right, this section is not great. Not great. I'm not sure if there's much point coming in here right now because, like, we don't need stuff from the mummy, and we're not really going to be able to press into this area because that is 15 levels higher than us. It's like over double our level. That's probably not it. We're probably better off fighting blues. It's alright, like, killing that guy because he drops loot. Probably better bouncing back towards the start. Farming. Farming the was it boots? No, gloves? I don't know. Whatever the opening mob is. I guess we could go in this section. It's still pretty brutal though. Very high level for us. Like, killing these reds is not very efficient. Flashy as it is. Ice bones are gonna really fuck. To get an inversion. Stupid ice bone skeletons. These are a nightmare. Resist. They are for increasing the quality of gear without having to have deeps of the gear. You can also trade them upwards. This guy out and that dude down there should respawn. We'll kill him and then head back up. To everyone, oh yeah, I wouldn't use them on anything that you're getting right now. I wouldn't be touching those right now. You can You can trade them up as well, so like even the lower ones, you can trade up for higher ones later. Oh, he's a paladin. Ugh. That's gross. The warrior paladin. God, this is gonna be a struggle. I don't want to lay on hands here. And we're gonna get respawns on the top of this. I don't want ice spoons spawning on me. Gonna have to get recovery stuns. Don't be like that, mate. Fucking paladin, man. I don't think we can win this. I think we die. Yeah, because we're going to get a respawn on top of us. And he probably out heals us anyway. He's actually going to get his lay on hands back up as well, I assume. Because the monster abilities work in the same way. He's probably getting cooldown off his lay on hands. Yeah, it's from 1999, Mr. YK, so yeah. These are literally the graphics from 1999. This place was the 1999 dungeon. This mob spawns on us, we're gonna have a real problem. It's a necro as well. We have to kill this thing. What a slog. Ridiculous. Men's about to come off. Oh, that was a heavy chunk. There's our mend. Ow. That lay on hands is pretty close. That means that his lay on hands is probably pretty close too. I think we got it. I think we got him. Huge. Absolutely huge. That's gaming. That is gaming. Paladin mobs. At least it wasn't a cleric. Hello, Chili. Meow. 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 Collapse on the bed. Desperate for attention. Imagine being an attention-starved little kitty. It exploded. Yeah, crazy how strong we are compared to before. I need to be using bursts of power more, right? Keep forgetting that we can do it. I guess there's not really that much point in killing her, is there? Not really that much point in coming in here. But it's just Boot Sky, we can do Boot Sky. Whatever it is. Really, most of the good stuff is on the bottom floor. The gloves. Adidas. Boots? I think it's boots. Don't think we need that. I guess we can do the Shadow Knights. They have the ring that they can drop at least. Like the guys downstairs are just a bit too high level. Probably want to be 15 before we start messing around with them. They just take way too long to kill. Endurance actually bottomed out. We need to go back to balanced. Got so used to wizard nuking the other way. We stopped having to balance endurance. We were doing so little melee damage. The damage drop off is so huge. We're imbalanced. We can get back to offensive now. I hope. Have you used a worn greatstaff versus dual wielding? I think there are times where two-handers are good, but I couldn't tell you exactly when. Obviously, like when you're hitting a damage shield, two-handers are really good. But I think there are certain break points where two-handers are super good. It's been way too long. Like, I know monks always used to use two-handers were sometimes really good for them. I can't remember really why. So many complex EQ-isms way back in the day. Need to rebuff. Mad. We have any need for that, do we? No. There's a world where we get trained from downstairs. But pulling like that. God, I'm really tired. Lot of EverQuest today. Finding myself zoning out. Ow. A bit of lay on hands. He's a monk necromancer. Oh, can I not melee from here for some reason? Okay, why? Oh, we had so many issues there. Might be able to recover from that. Nope. Never mind. We had some weird line of sight stuff. Hello, Chiwi. Yes, you. Chiwizzle. You really want some attention, don't you? You can blame me. Right, folks. I'm half asleep. I think I'm gonna head off. I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good luck with whatever you're up to. I'll be back tomorrow. We have Wizardry, Final Fantasy XI collab. I'm sure everyone is biting at the bit, chomping at the bit. That's the expression. Thanks everyone. Hope you all have a wonderful night. Thanks Quantum. Thanks Lars. Thanks Mr. YK. Thanks Fox. Thanks Ariatel. More old MMOs. No MMOs tomorrow. Sorry. Need to do my Daphne due diligence. Yeah, all good. Thanks, guys. Hope you have a wonderful night.